Okay. That was an interesting first session. Let's see if we can actually finish the tutorial. Good morning, Evo. Good morning, 040. What is our quest objective? I like how that's the first thing you notice, Evo. Grav jump to Jemison. Okay. And then... Okay. And then good. I'm just exhausted. Yeah, I'm not what you'd call impressed with the intro so far. To be blunt. Hello, Yura. Hello, King Duty 3. I actually plan to do a little bit of explanation. I should probably... Thank you, 040, very, very much. Always appreciate. And if you give me a moment, I will jot that down. Or Voyager Streaminations, Lower Deck Streaminations, and Strange New Worlds Streaminations.
Starship Frontier, this is United Colonies Security. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
Okay.
Scan complete. No contraband detected. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
Still getting used to this space flight, if you can call it that. What are you looking at Veeam for? Yeah, it's been entirely too long, Tim and Ash. Thank you for your support as always. I will jot that down. Excuse me. Let's see. Pentiment, Wrath of the Righteous, and Alan Wake Block.
I can assure you this unprovoked attack on a United Colonies research facility will not go unanswered. We'll get you settled into your new assignments as soon as possible. For you, Bobby, that includes meeting your new foster parent.
My parents aren't dead. They just took a different shuttle. I'll see them when they get here.
Oh, well, of course, that's sure possible. We'll just
Helena Chambers, ID SSCOM 1327 HCHA. I was the station administrator. I'll need to report to Mast ASAP for a full debrief. My treatment thus far has been entirely unacceptable.
Any authority you had was forfeit the moment House Varun zealots breached the station's perimeter, and you failed to initiate proper evacuation protocols. Thank you for your service. We'll find you a new position commensurate with your experience. And Mr. Bosch, let me just say how honored I am to meet you. By all accounts, you're the only reason anyone made it out of there alive.
Well, just glad I still remembered my flight basics. It had been a while. So was shooting a gun.
I read all about New Atlantis. So cool! Is it true the Nat train goes 5,000 miles an hour? Or that citizens get special discounts? Or that the whole city celebrates when it's your birthday? Mine's June 11th, by the way. My parents took me to Aquila City last year. It kinda smelled. But I don't smell anything.
No, yes, no, and I will certainly mark June 11th on my calendar. As for Aquila City, well, the air purifiers here in New Atlantis are state-of-the-art.
Ugh, Aquila City? Oh, don't even get me started on those simpletons.
A little unfair, don't you think? Freestar Rangers helped me out quite a bit a couple years back. Got ambushed by spacers near Nerion. They assisted, no questions asked. Even helped with some repairs so I could do an emergency jump home. Good people.
In any event, you all must be exhausted. Just give me a moment to coordinate some details with security.
Is it just a meal? Is that the problem here? Has act out. Yeah, we have 100%ed several reviews before, but we're not 100%ing this game, and I know that with total and absolute certainty. If for absolutely no other reason. Because I'm not scanning every planet in this nonsense. This is... I'm not doing this. I'm not going to... I can't even zoom in. Cricks. It's not letting me zoom in. Can I zoom in here at least, since I'm here? How do I zoom in on the map? I know how to zoom out. How do I zoom in? How's... What? There's no... Let's call that what that is. Let's explain what that means. There's no zooming in, which means there's no map. Thank you, Runzada, for the sub. Very, very much. Always. Always. Alan Wake Block. Hitman 3. Mech Warrior. 5 Mercenaries. Yeah, I'm sorry. To be very clear about that, that's no longer a map if you can only actually zoom out. That ceases to be a map. I think we've done it. I think we've officially found a map that's worse than Skyrim's. Let's go through these sequentially, shall we? First of all, here's your local map. Soak it in for a second. Really soak in how completely pointless and useless this is. If this was replaced by a menu with fast travel locations, it would actually be a better map than this. Probably load quicker, too. Now, hang on. It gets worse, because then we have this level. Now, actually, you know what? I'm going to walk that back. This one's okay. This one's okay. I'm kind of okay with this. There's your spots, which you can travel to. It's got your traits. It's got the resources you can grab here. I'm actually okay with this. So planetary level, cool. System level, not great. Still not as helpful as it probably could be. Oh, hey, we can actually zoom in at the system level. Holy crap. I take it back. The system level's fine. And then we go to the galactic level, or the sector level, more accurately, which then becomes, once again, completely freaking useless. Like, what is this not? Especially since, once again, cannot zoom in. Oh, wait. It let me zoom in. Why doesn't it let me zoom in on one planet but on another? Hang on, let's try this. Aha! Damn. Okay, hang on. We might not have a worse map. Hang on. Okay. So, hang on. It's even worse than I thought it was. But it's not as bad as I thought it was. Okay, so... yeah, you have to... so, what we're having here is a control issue, because doing this isn't working part of the time, because the controls are designed for console, and therefore are garbage. So you notice how hard it is to click the Alpha Centauri of those two things. There we go. So, I managed to get it that time. Now we can zoom in. Oh, okay. So, this is a control issue, not a map issue. Good to know. However, and I do hate to make this point, this is still gutter trash. At least Skyrim's map, which I have held up as the worst map in gaming for years, looks pretty. This is trash. So. Yeah, that's not a map. That's, I don't even know what that is. Oh, by the way, unless I'm wrong, this is the local map. In a city, by the way. This is the real thing. I figured earlier, maybe it was the fact that we were in that other planet system somewhere. God, I don't even remember where we were. And that's why the map was so weird. But no. This is the city map. Oh yeah, and before you ask, no, you can't rotate it. You can move it around. You can zoom out a little bit, not as far as you'd want to. This is it. This is the map. FOV is in. Let's browse. Yeah, I know that. I don't care. Oh my god. Okay, we're still in the tutorial. Alright, so... let's assume I've never modded a game before. So... used console command. Some global traits. Let's try Well, I only break the game in any day that ends in a Y. Hmm. Procedural generation, Morgantis. That's damaging to the hard drive on Falkenstein. Listen, Crazy Norse. Yeah, Oblivion faces were more varied because they could be really ugly. Worked for it, but that is what it is. When you hit the random button on character creation, that's what you get. There's a search function. It's not as listed as I would like.
Scientist out in front of mast, staring at trees. Sounds upset. Whatever it is, it can't be that bad, right?
Right. Thanks for the quest, I guess. No.
And he's your new captain. My crew can take a look at your ship, and you can stop by the Trade Authority kiosk if you need to offload some cargo.
What kind of ships you got for sale?
I'm sure you can find something you like.
More importantly, how much are they? Mostly 5-digit range, but we have a couple 6-digit. So we're going to need a little bit more of the monies before we really start upgrading. Could you repair my ship, please? Wait, hang on.
Sure, have at it.
Assuming I have, like, no parts at all here. Okay, that was really strange. Yes, I apparently don't have any snaps for that at all. Can I add anything? So, I'm already running into one issue. WASD moves the camera around, right? Problem is, once we're actually in the point of adding something, WASD moves to the items, and so we lose camera control while we're trying to place an item. See? Lose partial camera control, excuse me. I also cannot seem to change the Z height. We also cannot zoom in or out while placing an item. Hold on. No. That's a good question, Evo. So far, I'm leaning towards a big fat no. Which is a shame, because there's one feature in this game I was looking forward to more than any other. Cool.
Everything looks good here. I'll be at my booth if you need me.
Hello, Kamek. We'll get back to that.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Okay. Clear. Enjoy your visit.
I'm gonna do a test really quick here. Happy Thursday, TSB. document, or... God, I don't know. There's like 50 commands that pull up the current list, Darkrai. Literally. That's really bothering me.
Another day, another credit.
The water is quite aesthetically pleasing, or so Barrett has told me. New Atlantis relies on advanced hydroelectrics for most of its power.
Cool. The frame rate's wrong. I'm not even exactly sure what's wrong about it at the moment. But it's wrong. It's either low or it's stuttering, and I'm not sure which. Oh, by the way, that's why I cranked it to minimum. The graphics are as down as they can get. And it's still doing it. Look at that. In fact, I don't even see a difference between that and when I have it cranked. Is there a console command to display FPS counter?
Hi.
Does Radcliffe
How you
even
doing?
need to be involved?
President Abello wants
Look at that.
relations, not fracture them. Keep up. We'll make sure she knows now.
Granted, my computer is slowly falling behind the current tech line, but I still have a nuclear submarine, and it can still do a whole lot with what I've got. That's interesting. You can't turn off shadows. Now, that sounds like a strange thing to point out, but, like, you should probably be able to turn off shadows. So, they have motion blur and depth of field on by default. That's off right now. Let's see how bad the motion blur is, shall we? Oh, yeah. That's the stuff right there. Oh, yeah. That's what I want out of my video games when I'm playing a video game. Is that... I'm done. I'm done. Let's turn that crap immediately off. I do not have an FPS counter. Although apparently I can turn on Steam overlay. Oh god, and now it's back to being stuttery. I'm just gonna have to live with it, aren't I? That's just my life. How do I do Steam overlay? How do? The point of motion blur, this is not actually a joke, is to hide bad graphics. I'm 100% honest. That is actually what it is. It's why you see it so much in titles, older titles, or titles that aren't very particularly well optimized. It's to hide issues. Yeah, it's like the dithering in PS1 or on the N64 for that matter. I agree it makes it look worse, and I turn it off 100% of the time when it's an option, because it's... duh. I don't even feel the need to explain that point. Interface, maybe? Nope. In-game, maybe? There we go. Enable Steam overlay. So hang on, so let's save. Let's quit the game forever. And alright, so what's the next game on the list? Pokemon Arceus, I think? I'm gonna laugh if Pokemon Arceus has a higher story score than Starfield. That is an extremely good question, Jitoku, and I do not have an answer for you. You asked me to push back Patchwalker. We were supposed to do Patchwalker now, if you remember. And you were like, no, give me more time. And I was like, okay, I'll put Arceus in front of it. I'll put Starfield in front of it. You were like, thank you. I should write down the saves positives. Helium is found on airless rocky moons. Oh, God. No wonder it's screwing with my eyes. This is 40 FPS, 37 FPS, 38 FPS, 41 FPS. No wonder it's screwing with my eyes. Like, straight 30 I can get used to. I've proven that. 60 I can get used to, because that's what I prefer. It's smooth. But it's just sitting in between the two standards that my eyes are used to. It's also, it's not a stable FPS too. No, what am I running? Nope. Whatever this resolution is what I'm running at. Should we turn off upscaling? Yeah, what do we got? No, I know, Van Falkenstein, I know. There we go. Perfect. It hasn't changed at all. Not even a bit. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Just look at that stutter. Holy crap. Okay. Hang on. I apologize. This is legitimately headache-inducing. So I'm not just, being a whiny baby. I am being a whiny baby, obviously. So let's turn off upscaling entirely. What? It's lower. We're down into the 30s now.
This space is a to those lost during the Colony War. Your consideration is requested.
Alright, hold on. I'm curious of something. This is gonna look weird for you guys, but just give me a second. Let's go ahead and go to full screen. Oh god, that is so much worse. That is so much worse. This is 4K right here. I don't know how much of this you can see. We're down to the 20s in FPS now. Ugh. Come back, game. Game! Hey, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I couldn't find any workshop mods, speaking of which. I know, I'm probably have to go through the Bethesda launcher, which is not happening. Let's go down to potato size, shall we? Ugh, okay. Hang on. Oh, we've managed 50 FPS. Check it out. The size of potatoes. That is legitimately a bit better. but that's, I mean, do I need to make my point here? It's still not good. Like, I was expecting that to be 60, and it is still clearly, you know, stuttering as you're looking here. Look at that. Look at that. Excuse me.
You're going to let me pitch my presentation at the meeting tomorrow.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm super nervous, but fingers crossed, I hope it turns out well.
Oh, Mom's Roost sure makes a great steak.
Yeah, no, this was their passion project. I had a thought, and I don't mean this as an unkindness. I don't mean this as an insult. I had the thought that I wish, you know, every now and again, I've said this before, I wish I was a bigger, you know, streamer, media person, whatever. Because I would love to reach out to the creative staff working at Bethesda and say, what did you spend your time on? Like, if you were to give me the percentage of how much time of the 8 years you were working on this game, what did you work on during that? Like where did you focus your time on it? Because it sure as hell isn't the engine, or the combat, or space. So what did you spend your time on? And again, I don't mean that as an attack. I'm legitimately curious because I suppose this part I sort of mean as an attack. I haven't seen anything so far that sounds like it would take any kind of time to work on. What am I doing? That's right, I'm tired of being at potatoes. So let's go ahead and pull it back up. Pull this down here. Yeah, no, DLSS. Which, by the way, how many of you know what DLSS stands for? I just found this out yesterday. Ultra performance. Yeah, deep learning super sampling. Kamek, you don't have to stay. I'm not going to force you to. The game's giving me a headache. I don't know what you want from me. Well, that's 45-ish. Standard. I think that's honestly as good as we're getting. Alright. I don't know. What does FSR stand for? Okay, so this way. Fidelity Super Resolution. I love acronyms. I love official acronyms. The military is the same way. You ever look into it? The military does the exact same thing, where they have, like, just ridiculous acronyms for stuff. For really official, serious stuff. So you asked me what I think about the visuals. I actually like the style. I do. That's buggy. They call it NASA Punk, and I admit the concept of NASA Punk does appeal to me, just purely stylistically. In terms of individual brickwork, like some of this stuff, I don't know, I think this park isn't a great example of what they've got here. No, well, then you're wrong, Kamek. I'm sorry.
Here we are.
If you want me to take a baseball bat to this game, I can, Kamek. But no, this is not me taking a baseball bat to the game. This is me having a headache. My question about what they're working on. That's the thing I'm really curious about, because the thing is, usually when you have a game that has a really long development time, there's a really strong and specific reason for that. Dragon Age Origins is a perfect example of that. Dragon Age Origins is a game that had a 6-year development time, and that was long. But a lot of that time was spent on polish, going back over quest design and branching stuff and the dialogue and all that stuff over and over and over and over and over, doing tons and tons and tons of polishing passes in order to refine it to a shine. What that time was not spent on was the graphics or the engine or the memory leak or any of the other actual technical aspects of things. So in that case, we can see why the game took so damn long. It was also partially because BioWare doesn't know how to manage themselves out of a paper bag, right? So we know exactly why Dragon Age Origins was a 6-year development time. What I do not know is why Starfield was an 8-year development time. Now, someone in chat mentioned something that Todd is the bus, to use the computing term, for all development there, and that would slow it down right there. Absolutely. For those of you not familiar with the term, everything has to go through the bus. It's your bottleneck, right? So any changes, any decisions, all they have to go through the one person and come out. Now, there's a reason to have a development process like that. There is. But the problem is, that's one person who probably has their own... Let me phrase this differently. If you have one person whose job it is to be the bottleneck for development on anything, whether it's a movie or a game or show or movie or whatever, then that person needs to have no other jobs, or the project and the team needs to be small. Because, trust me, that's a full-time job. That is a full freaking time job, just sitting there and being the one person that everybody goes through in order to deal with stuff. And that can work. But generally speaking, yeah, as I say, for a project this size, if you're going to have a bottleneck, you probably want several of them. They can coordinate with themselves if they want to. That's kind of a separate thing. But, you know, you want the graphics team to go through the creative director over here. You want the combat engine and counter design stuff to go through the enemy and... oh, God, I can't remember what the term... There's actually a term for that. That director. You want most of the storytelling, the dialogue, the quest design, that to go through that director, etc., etc. Yeah, and exactly. One bottleneck person can be very helpful in keeping everything contiguous. One vision, right? And very talented people can pull that off. I'm not saying that's the issue here. This is pure speculation on why this might be an issue for the 8-year development time. Because if, you know, that is the thing that slowed them down, that would explain everything. It's also worth noting, as weird as this may sound, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It is entirely possible that... That's a good question, Oceans. It's entirely possible that they just were taking their time, because they can afford to. For the same reason Nintendo usually just takes their time with their mainline releases. They don't have a launch window. They don't have a release date. They don't have a schedule. They have when it's done. So it's entirely possible Bethesda was just like, yeah.
Hutch, the front door should unlock if you hold up the watch that Barrett gave you.
Fines.
I messaged the other members of Constellation. They will be waiting for us inside.
There we go. Okay, cool. Didn't want the axe out. So here's the enemy of humanity. So we did a flamethrower to that. Okay.
Captain, everyone will be in the library, just inside. If Barrett were here, he'd probably tell you that you're part of something bigger now, and he hopes you'll make this place your home.
Oh, please. Ridiculous. Easiest bet I'll ever win. You really think what I'm suggesting is so outlandish?
I will give them credit. The detailing on the doodads has been legit. You remember the inside of the ship?
You two keep going on like this, and I'm banning wages. I'm serious.
We'll play nice. Just a little friendly conversation. That's all. I almost wish there was a way to lock the FPS down.
I think if it was maintaining a static 30 FPS, that would actually bother my eyes less. Does anybody know if there's a console command to do that? Because I would accept that in order to try and, you know, help out here. I have no idea, TSB. I've never had to do it before.
We appear to have a visitor.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't?
Pirates.
I see. Vasco, verify.
All statements made have been factual.
All I said was pirates.
This is just typical. Barrett hands over our ship and our robot to some random employee of that discount mining outfit he uses.
Walter.
And if we hadn't insisted on installing those emergency protocols, I guarantee you this rock breaker here would be halfway to Neon.
But that didn't happen. He's here with the artifact.
Also Quark.
Thank you, Matteo. Now, let's focus on what's in front of us, shall we? What happened when it was extracted? Did anyone see anything? Hear anything?
Sorry. So yeah, for those of you not aware, that was Armin Shimmerman a second ago. Considering I did a little bit of behind-the-scenes digging last night, just a little bit. Apparently, back in the early aughts, Bethesda had the rights to make a license. Excuse me, they had the license. Let's use our words correctly here, Laura. To make a Star Trek game, and Howard himself was the one really pushing for that. And none of his pitches ever got through, but he always held on to the data for all of that. I'm only bringing this up because it would not surprise me at all if... So he himself has said that several of the bones of Starfield's DNA came out of the Star Trek pitches. But also, it wouldn't surprise me if that's one of the reasons they reached out to a couple of Trek alumni, because I know there's actually several Trek actors in this game, and said, hey, will you voice act for our game? So... bright lights and music? I guess that's honest.
Interesting. Similar to Barrett's description of the experience, with less embellishment.
Are you hearing this? Do you all believe me now?
So, hold on. This right here might be the answer to my earlier question. Some team of people spent hours making this room. Really soak it in for a second. Really take a second to process the fact that every single one of those books is a separate mesh, or at the very least, it is meshed. It is a 3D object. And you've got this nice wood tiling, which is actually done in a stylized symbol of some sort. I don't actually know what the symbol is. It's even got some good reflective gradient, depending on the texture in question. Yeah, no, this looks like a doodad room, exactly. This room looks like people spent some time on this. We've got, like, nice little inlays going on the side thing, nice little vents. There's a lamp over there and a little timepiece. There's a bush over there, some kind of plant. There's another lamp, different type of lamp. Several paintings up over there. There is a lot going on here. What do we got at? I mean, we went to that mountain last night, Sean. Nah, it's not going to help X, but thanks. Although I am curious of something. There's a setting I haven't fiddled with, because usually it works a certain way, but it might not work that way, so let's do this.
Whether it happened or not wasn't in doubt. But honestly, Country, if you expect us to believe in fairy tales?
If this is the greatest mystery in the universe, why couldn't it be part of the ultimate mystery?
But, gentlemen, can we please focus? Noel, I think it's time we tested your theory.
Right. Let's see. We know the artifacts react to each other. The pieces we already have move when they're in close contact. Now, if we add this new one to the two we already have...
The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
Sure.
That's it. Just like the others.
And to imagine, we thought there were only 2 of them at first.
Oh my god, that's it. They're reacting. Look at how it's coming together. That energy that's arcing between them, no manufactured material in the settled systems can do that. None of them. This proves...
Easy, girl. Breathe. You'll have a heart attack.
She's not the only one. If they're coming together, it's there's a set.
Built by an intelligence outside the settled system.
I'm sorry. I get it. This is wondrous. Am I the only one who, without even thinking about it, instinctually backed up from the alien artifact? I've played Half-Life. I know how this goes.
Still 2,000 credits for our little wager, Country?
You're on, Walter.
Well, if we had all the answers, it wouldn't be exciting. Now, would it?
Not to take away from the moment, but what are we going to do about our new friend here?
So, are you ready to get to work? See if exploration is the life you want to lead in this little universe of ours?
So what's expected of me exactly? Should I just ignore that?
We're all here because we're committed to exploring space. Humanity may have settled the stars, but that doesn't mean we should stop diving into the unknown. Beyond that, you'll be expected to use your own judgment, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, can I go back to trucking? Feels like it'd be a safer job.
Individually, they're just odd hunks of metal, another oddity from the uncharted reaches of space. As to what they are, what they're building, well, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
I'm in, you son of a gun.
You should take some time to get settled in. Introduce yourself to everyone. Some of our members aren't here, but you'll meet them soon. Come find me when you're ready. You and I are going to be doing some traveling together. Get your feet wet. And here, I think you've earned something for bringing the artifact to us. In addition to credits, why don't we set you up with a backpack with some boost capability? You'll need it out in the field anyway. Just mind your head.
That's a good point. She's giving off sparkles. I think that's that romance thing I've heard about. Whoops, whoop, 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 whoop. Nope. Hang on. See if I can find it intuitively. Hey! Okay. So I said, I was gonna go down social. I do not have a build in mind yet, and I also don't know if there's a respec. Can we kill her? Well, hang on. Actually, yeah, that's a good thing to test. Save. I'm in!
Yes?
I will join you.
Not gonna last much longer. I can't take much more of this. Damn it.
We got her!
Hello there, Vasco.
Greetings, Walter Stroud. How may I assist you?
Oh, no, I don't need anything. Just, checking in. Seeing how you're doing.
At present, all systems are functioning well within established parameters.
Right. Well then, keep up the good work.
Affirmative.
Sarah's the best possible person to be running Constellation at a time like this. Focused, no nonsense, and dedicated.
I'm sorry. The fact that nobody's even reacting. Nobody's even reacting to the fact that I just pulled out. That's her blood. That's her blood. I was expecting some variant on you've been like, okay, Oblivion's the one I'm most familiar with, right? So in Oblivion,
can I help?
In Oblivion, if you attack a member of the, like, if you do anything against a member of the faction you're part of, like, you're instantly just magically kicked out of the guild. And there's actually a quest chain which is then started in order to be able to get back into the guild. And if you attack someone, it is assault is actually considered a crime in Oblivion system. So, you know, even just attacking someone still results in stop, you violated the law. Hang on. I remember seeing somewhere a crime thing. Nope, that didn't count for anything. No assault, no murder. So it does look like it does track assaults though. Okay.
So, are you ready to get to work? Or was there something else?
I need more of your blood! Alright, give me some cheese. And by cheese, I mean... Where did cheese come from? What? Give me some exposition, which has nothing to do with cheese. I'm just apparently on crack today. Forgive me.
We're explorers. Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. We just take that a little more seriously than others. We were founded decades ago by a man named Sebastian Banks. He wanted a small group of people from all corners of the settled systems dedicated to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts...
Reapers.
Everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel. I don't know what you've heard, but I can imagine. First of all, I think you can dismiss any stories about us no longer existing. I don't believe in smearing our name everywhere we can. Exploring the universe, charting the unknown, that's what counts. Besides, having a little mystery gives us room to maneuver. A fixed reputation could fence us in a lot of ways.
Apparently this is Emily O'Brien. That's what I'm checking here.
Not much, but you've seen them for yourself. It doesn't take a lot to realize we're dealing with something extraordinary. Just what that is, we'll have to figure out. It's what we do.
If that doesn't sound familiar, that's Y'shtola from FF14. Among other things. She's done a bunch of stuff. In fact, actually, hang on a sec. So she's done, so she did the original Y'shtola, I believe, not the new one. She's someone named Chimera in, ESO. She was Erin in Shadow of Mordor. She's the voice of Ferris in World of Final Fantasy. She's the voice of Gamora in the Guardians of the Galaxy Telltale games. She's the rat in Dishonored.
Is there something wrong?
You're a rat, lady! Let's see. She's apparently... She apparently plays the Scarlet Witch in Marvel's Midnight Suns. Interesting. Sorry, I was curious because her voice sounded really familiar, and I couldn't quite place it. I'm ready.
We're going to be doing some old-fashioned detective work. The artifacts are relatively inert once they're out of bedrock. That means people can pass them around, not even knowing what they are. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout for strange metal objects. Get back a lot of noise, usually, but a tip from the UC Vanguard sounds promising.
The Vanguard?
A volunteer force that helps defend the edges of United Colonies space. They're always looking for recruits. Lots of retired veterans and dangerous professionals mixed in with part-timers who barely have a laser cannon welded to a hull. My contact is in the recruiting office, so he hears a lot about what the volunteers are up to.
Dude, I wish Nick Valentine was in this game. He was awesome. Do other people have artifacts?
We have to assume that we're not the only ones to have stumbled into this mystery. But most people aren't going into space looking for the unknown. They're looking for places to settle, resources to extract, territory to defend.
That sounds awesome. Can I do that?
Or a single strange hunk of metal wouldn't mean much to them. That's why Constellation exists, in a way, to put pieces like this together.
Right. Let's do it. Let's go conquer.
Felt the same way when I started, too. There's an electricity in the air when you know you're about to uncover something. But it's not just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us. I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Does Constellation have a salary? I've got a house to pay off, okay? And I gotta send some of my money back to my pops and my mom.
You mean besides the ship, the robot, and a place to stay all rent-free? We do have some funds we can disperse from time to time. Not to mention, I think we can get you a proper suit. We're explorers. We keep a lot of equipment on hand for that purpose. So the more you work with us, the more we can share what we have.
Cool. Well, let's do it.
We'll need to head to Mast. Check in with the Vanguard recruiting office where my contact works. And listen, whatever you were before, or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as you don't bring UC security to our doorstep. Every member of Constellation is their own conscience. Understood?
Yeah.
Good. Let's take a little stroll through New Atlantis, shall we?
Cannot be dismissed until the quest is complete. Okay.
So, Noelle, Constellation living up to your expectations?
It's a dream come true, Sarah. You know that.
Just making sure. Bright young girl like you, there are no shortage of opportunities.
There are days that are tough, sure. But if I weren't here, I wouldn't even know about all the incredible things we're discovering.
Speaking of, does anybody worry that that's putting off radiation? Like, seriously, is anybody else worried about that? Like, I never wanted to have children anyways, apparently. That is actually an interesting point, Kemek. Every main BRPG I've played, I've made it a point on my own to identify a pause point in the story where I can go do side stuff without it feeling jarring. And get a Geiger counter in there. Hey, my contusions are cured. Okay, so... Yep, there's my mortgage. Okay. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance did a good job of that, too. There's a BRPG that isn't by Obsidian
Perhaps
or
we could spend
Bethesda.
a bit of time relaxing rather than planning.
You are satisfied
Nope,
with
all
the orders
planning.
available to you.
It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full time. That was intense, wasn't it? The artifacts, I mean. Sorry, this must all be a little overwhelming for you right now. I guess a lot overwhelming, now that I think about it. I'm Noelle. It's really nice to meet you. And thank you for bringing the artifact to us.
Yeah, how long have you been working on all this?
Well, Constellation's been around forever, more than 50 years now. But we only became aware of the artifacts recently. Barrett discovered the first one about 2 years ago, right under our noses. And he was the one who got this all in motion. It's a shame he isn't here to see this.
Yeah, I had to murder him to take his place. I mean, I'm just a minor.
Oh, right, that. If we're approaching this rationally, I suppose we'd call them visual and auditory hallucinations. What you perceived as lights and music could be overloaded neural input, your brain's attempt to make sense of something, an energy surge, some other phenomenon.
So Barrett saw something too?
He did. At the time, well, it's Barrett. We weren't sure if he was kidding around. Clearly, he wasn't.
Right. So, you're on crack.
Unfortunately, that's what a lot of people report in these situations.
That was a perfect reaction. So casual. Lady, you're on crack. Unfortunately, that is what a lot of people report in these situations.
I'm not saying you didn't really see anything. Just that it's really hard to determine after the fact.
It still fits. It still fits. I caught her doing crack. And she's like, look, it's... Are you sure you can actually prove after the fact that you saw me doing crack? I mean, there's no evidence here, right?
It's okay. Now that this has happened to both you and Barrett...
Barrett caught you too?
We can know to maybe expect it in the future. Be a little more prepared. We're all in this together now, right?
Okay, hang on. Damn. I was hoping for the Fallout 4 style of quick saves. I'm an accessory to crack doing. Oh, God. What kind of exploration work exists besides the artifacts?
Of course. There's plenty of planets out there that no one has ever set foot on, and everything we learn about them is valuable. We have a board where we post anything specific we're looking for. A type of alien flora or fauna, or a planet with a specific quality, like if it's primed to have life but doesn't yet.
Okay. So, something about a place for me to stay? Oh, it's Radiant Quest. Thank you, Chemic. I would have actually looked at that otherwise. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of Radiant Quests. And we actually have a policy for review purposes of ignoring them when it comes to the purposes of the review.
Everything all right?
You're the one doing crack, lady.
Planning on sticking around then? Good.
It keeps fitting.
I think we can find a spot for you. And along the way, I can give you the very abbreviated tour. Right. So you've seen the library, obviously. Walter's quite proud of the collection, but Mateo has made more than a few contributions. Gardens are out the doors there, if you need a moment of quiet contemplation. Emphasis on the quiet part. At least usually.
Someone spent hours designing this. Look at that. Even the different parts of the model have different textures to them. Like, it's not perfect, but that is shockingly high quality.
Upstairs. Sebastian Banks, Constellation's founder, had this place built decades ago. It was a big to-do at the time, but most...
Hold up. And thank you, Eternus, very, very, very much. Always appreciate. And I suppose you know the question. And yes, I will do crack with you, Eternus. Is there no... Okay.
People in the city have forgotten we're here.
I am at your service, Captain.
Don't call me that. Just gonna rob the place behind her back. Let's see, we'll put it towards final. Whoa, I still have cap locks on. Final Fantasy 16. Armored Core 6. That I'll accept, Flaghand. Age of Sail. Ah, get back. Look at the attention to detail on this nonsense. Look at this. Hi, yeah, I would never steal from my fellow people.
Bar. Usually no tender, so help yourself. Within reason, of course.
Oh, yeah. Let's do the drugs. Where is it? Where is it? I need my drugs. I need him. I need booze in my life.
You're in luck. We were almost at max occupancy already.
But
there's still one
But
room up.
drugs! But drugs! No, please! Okay. No drugs. I'll come along quietly. Maybe the drugs are in the books.
Okay, this'll be you. Common room on one side, so that'll be quiet, and Mateo on the other side, so...
This is nicer than any room I've ever lived in my life.
Something planned for each of us, so I'd better get back to it. Don't want to keep her waiting too long. Enjoy!
Also, this is a good time to mention that, I worked as a miner before this. So, you know. Get out of my chair. Nope. There's your alcohol. Yeah, a miner under a risk-taking... But how do I... What? There we go. Speaking of detailing, look at that insanity. Really, really pause for a moment to accept the level of detail on that gun. Just really take it in for a minute. Credit where credit is due. That's bonkers. I hope that's not the model that's rendered in combat, because that is a lot of extra meshing and texturing and just everything. I wouldn't be surprised if some of that stencil stuff is actually meshed instead of textured. What do we got here? So, oh, excuse me. Yeah, no, there's definitely going to be some visual positives going on here. It's crazy. Although good old Faithful here has been doing well by me. Can we? You say so, Yura. If you say so. Okay, looks like that is textured. Still impressive. Oh, maybe not. Damn. Is that a... Okay. Anyways, okay, hang on. We are actually almost full on inventory, so let's do a little inventory sorting super quick here. When do we get a legendary pistol? Yeah, that's what I thought. But let's just know, I could be wrong. Well, I mean, that's a legendary, so sure, we'll equip that. Randomly does poison damage and slows, doubles base mag capacity, and breakthrough strongest armor. You know what's really funny? I have gotten flack. This is in response to what Crazy Rush just said. I've gotten flack for caring too much and too little about the graphics in a game design. I mean, there's a reason Brickworks, Doodad, Sprite Work, and Visual Storytelling are all regular categories we get positives for. Right? But then again, I don't care nearly as much about those things as I do about, you know, the game. So, too much and too little, respectively. You know, that's a good point, Loner. Let's see here. Try to engage my brains here. Let me get rid of the caps lock. There we go. Okay, 2 and 3, 2 and 1. I mean, pretty much pillage of snow. More or less, literally. Put you on 5. Well, that's legendary gear, so we're probably going to go and just put that on. Go ahead and hit me, Act, and I don't know where you heard it from. We have a boost pack now, though. I'll stick with that. 200 million. Interesting. I could try to do elitist dick lore, but I don't think anybody actually wants that. Ooh, red cheesecake. Cake flavored chunks. That's what I want. I actually want that on 4. There we go. We got some jugs. Always gotta go with some jugs. Where's space? Where's the root beers in a bag? Do you not space, sir? Yeah, we need to find a vendor. Toss some of this crap. Sure, but you need to give me something to be elitist about, Savacom, then I'll do my best for you. So I don't know if I want to dump all this stuff yet, not so... store that. Gotta get the mining laser in there. Actually, hang on. Pull back the mining laser. Spaceport opposite the tram exit. Thanks, Kevin. So we'll put in the Grendel. So we might want to use that. Just 1, please. I should have taken the... whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't care about that. Don't care about any of these, I think. Don't care about that. I do care about resources, but I probably need these on me. The problem is resources take up mass. I might want to stare those on my ship. At least it's about graphics. Sure. Hang on. Let me get my stylized here. Yes, I do believe that some people would find 8K Super Hydra Ultra 144 millihertz per second to be acceptable graphics. But I'm afraid... Oh, wait. I was supposed to do it in the redneck. I'm afraid. And for some of us, living with those kind of peasant figures, that just ain't really right with me. I feel like unless you've got a full $732,000 thing I can't think of the name of off the top of my head, projection screen, and a full amphitheater with full 144, I don't think you're really properly enjoying the game in question. Okay, so... Oh, see, now that's just cheating, Yura. I'll believe you that Doom has that level of quality, because it's Doom. I can sleep. Not that I think there's any reason to do that. Okay. Now let's check the map. Is there another map I don't know about? But you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, going as far back as Morrowind, there's like the local map, and then there's the big map, right? There's a local map in Oblivion, there's a local map in Fallout 3. It's kind of crap in Fallout 3, but it's there. Is there an area map?
Feel free to help yourself at the bar. I don't drink, but I feel like if I did, now would be a good time for one.
There really is no city maps. Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, Doom...
At your service, Captain.
I get your point, Europe, but Doom is kind of cheating, because Doom is one of the most well-optimized, crazily well-designed games ever. Which Doom? Yes. Right, I am still injured, aren't I? Well, I guess I'm not right now. Hey, it's a map! Holy crap! Of course you can, Evo. I will accept such a thing. Oh, wow. Hang on.
Every time I return here, I'm reminded of the importance
of
Constellation's contributions to exploration.
Okay, so I figured out why it wasn't giving me a headache yesterday. It's the same reason it's not giving me a headache in here. You may or may not notice we're actually running 90 FPS in here.
I hope you are satisfied.
Which is fine.
The quarters available to you.
The moment we go outside, this zone is the one with just the chop. Oh, look, it's so immediate. I don't even have to check the counter. Look at that. Damn. Okay. I guess we're going to minimize our time here for a bit. We'll get on with this as quickly as we can. Looking at the floor was not the winning strategy I was hoping for. That's not the boost button. No, put away the gun. What's the jump pack button? That's what I thought, but it's not working. Oh, I don't have the skill. Right, yeah. Let's fix that real quick. Where the hell was that? There it is. Yes, please let me use the boost pack. Okay. Speaking of which, I do want persuasion. I need to succeed in 3 challenges. Hang on, I should check these. So I need to succeed in 3 challenges. Boost jump 10 times in combat. And destroy 5 ships. We're already well on our way on that one. Honestly, probably not, Umbral Magnus. You get that well... I mean, people are still modding Skyrim, for God's sake. I probably want that at some point, too. I don't want to poke at this, too. I mean, optimization is really important. We literally talked about optimization in the most banal, basic way when we were doing the script editing in Wargroove. For those of you, for the 5 of you who are there for that, optimization is all about. Well, it's actually about a lot of things. It's an art. There's an art that goes into optimization, but trying to minimize the number of steps a specific script or program has to go through in order to accomplish something is a big part about that. It's one of the reasons why you would hear the phrase something like, I got it down from, 1,000 lines of code to 500. If you can accomplish the same thing with less lines, there's less polls, which means more smoothness, and you get the general idea. That's a really, really basic take on it. We are going to want some money. I don't know. Do you think we should... What do you think we should focus on first? Because I'm thinking either... Well, one of them. And I'll take some advice here, if anybody wants to give advice. If anybody's played this game. I guess I have no skill points at the moment, so it's irrelevant anyways, but, I already got jump packs. First thing I did. Right there, boom. We could go down research. Increased range. Research takes less. I do like building stuff. Outpost engineering is pretty far down there. That's true. We are Starfleet, so we have to go military in combat. I'm not going to go ballistics. I'm going to go energy. Well, thankfully, we already have piloting. Yeah, I saw that. Astrodynamics. Increase grav range, and then reduce fuel cost, and then increase grav range, and reduce fuel cost, and then reduce fuel cost. So yeah, we should... science sounds good. That was my knee-jerk thought anyways. No, I'm not... I told you, I'm not taking a baseball bat to it. Okay, now... Hey! That's... it? Oh my god, please tell me we got a better boost back than that. Like, that's a double jump. That's a barely double jump. Okay. Okay. Sorry. This is my fault, but in my head, I was picturing Mass Effect Andromeda. You know, the jump pack you unlock pretty much right at the beginning of that game. Which is, honestly, one of the best features of Mass Effect Andromeda.
Sarah, good to see you.
Actually, that's a good point. Hang on. Before we continue with this conversation. Less fuel, regenerates more quickly, and doubles previous bonuses. Nice. Okay.
Who's your friend?
Hopefully Constellation's newest member. Thought I'd run through some legwork together.
Another space explorer. Hey, you ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, earn some credits, even get your UC citizenship?
Service guarantees citizenship.
United Colonies volunteer fleet. Independent captains enlist, get to use their own ships, and the UC provides them with sustained work and credits. And put in your time, and you're guaranteed UC citizenship and everything that comes with it. Discounts on UC goods and medical services. Chance to own a place in New Atlantis. Only way a foreign captain could even dream of seeing those sorts of benefits. So, you want in?
I mean, actually, that does sound pretty legit, but I would never want to live here. Ignoring the frame rate issue that literally gives me a headache. Much more importantly than that, I have a ship, dude. I want to live on my ship. Maybe later. Let's talk some other stuff first.
All right. Can't blame me for trying, right? I mean, I still haven't given up on getting Sarah to re-enlist.
It's a game we play. He asks, I say no.
Here's what I got for you two. Vanguard volunteer by the name of Moera. Helps patrol the old neighborhood. Sol, Mars, Neptune, you know.
The Sol system? Which admiral did he upset to get that posting?
He's Martian, born and raised. Not like I can get anyone else to care. Word is he's got some fancy metal ornament he's been showing off to the old grounders. Matches that description Sarah gave me.
Hold on, what's wrong with the Sol system?
You kidding? Lowest posting request rate in the whole fleet. Only thing there the UC cares about is Mars. And no one wants to go to Mars. They want to get off Mars.
That did not answer my question. So who's Morara?
Oh, he goes way back. Think he was recruit number 81 or something.
That still does not answer my question.
What? Nah. Sol system is as quiet as a coffin. It'll be fine.
That means it's not going to be fine.
I'm sure you two can handle it. Sol system has a lot of planets, but a vet like Moera will be checking in at Sidonia on the regular.
You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John?
Hey, nothing wrong with a little refresh between patrols.
See you around, Kemek. You know what? Let's just go. Thanks, John.
Anything for Sarah. UC always takes care of its own. Even the prodigal children.
Oh, brother.
I'm serious about that recruitment offer, by the way. You just come talk to me when you're ready. UC is a good friend to have.
I mean, so far I only know about, I think it's 3 factions, and UC sounds like the faction to join for me, but... Let's not decide on a faction yet, especially since we don't know how committal that is.
Sergeant Yumi's looking for reliable people to help the Guard. Contact him if you're interested. We'd all appreciate it.
Well, one's the Crimson Raiders, which is right out. If I'm not joining Kaiser's Legion, I'm not joining the friggin' Crimson Raiders. And I actually don't remember the name of the other group. We saw it during character creation. Yeah, the religious people whose names I can't think of. We can also be our own pirate faction. Sorry. What makes the Raiders so bad? Well, first of all, they're Raiders. I can stop there. I've made my point. There be Raiders here. So, Eternus, I think. You asked about the map. So, real quick. Have you played a Bethesda game before, Eternus? The Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Skyrim, Oblivion? God, it does, Blade Joel. Only Skyrim. Okay, that's not great, because Skyrim has what I usually consider to be the worst map in gaming history. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. But let me go ahead and show off this game's map. There it is. Soak it in. Savor it. There's no tilting, so 3D space is a lie. You can only zoom out so far, which is obviously a problem in some places. There's the ability to warp around, but only if you've already been to a place. Yeah, we're up here, I think. Oh, we're actually not here. Hang on, I'm sorry. Now, I will admit, this map is not terrible. This map's okay. It's not so much a map as it is a menu, but I'm actually okay with this. Gives you the resources that are there, which we obviously need for crafting, the traits, which we haven't even figured out how that works yet, and the ability to warp around the planet. Cool. This is fine. This is fine, too. This has some issues because of selection problems, which I've actually already showed off. Can I just go to Seoul right now? Oh my god, I could just go to Seoul from here right now. Okay. Thank you, Croatia. Always appreciate you. And I suppose you know the question. Yeah, we're gonna go to Earth, but let's take a moment. Let's take a moment. Yeah, we do need to go see Croatia. Will someone welcome me to Earth?
But nothing is better than unwinding in your own quarters.
No, I'll take the ship, thanks. Where's the mission board?
I am at your service, Captain.
Okay, hold up. So first we go with Mass Effect Andromeda. Gothic 1 and Colony Ship. You got it. Thank you, Croatia, as always. So, okay. Pro tip. If you're ever designing a game, one of the first things you want to do is make it so that the spot where you enter an area, which in this case is this door, is very close to the things the player's going to be interacting with regularly. So, like, for example, if there's a crafting station in here, and or a, I don't know, mission board, it should be quickly and easily, readily accessible. So, for example, like right through this door. So they've already failed, but not too bad, actually. Only 2 doors down. So here's our bench. Cool, cool, cool. And the board is definitely too far away already. As of this moment, we've gone too far. Oh my god, Pixar exists in the future. Hey, Warcraft Code. It's this. Okay. So, credit where credit is due. This is actually not too bad of a trip between the spawn spot and the place where you want to do stuff. Thumbs up. I expected it would be like some ridiculous thing, which several other games, including Bethesda games, tend to do, where you walk in and then you go down the door and then you go across and then you go down the hallway and then you open another door and then you go through this other thing, then you go through a loading screen and then you access the actual thing you want. This isn't too bad. Down 2 doors and down 2 stairs is just boom. Alright, what do we got? Money. I like money. I want to eat money. Survey planets. Locate a planet with emerging tectonic. So find a trait. I don't even know how to do traits yet. Listen, Warcraft Code. Oh, wait, I've got the coin right here. Will Dragon Age 4 come out today? Nope. We're looking for an experience to locate a planet with a trait. Survey a planet. A whole planet. Listen, Evo, I'm so hungry. So hungry. Must eat money. Actually, holy crap, I do have a bill here. I'm not actually going to eat it. I don't want to put my... That is for someone else. Alright, well... Find a planet. Oh, no, hang on. Find a planet with trait, find a planet with trait, find a planet with trait, survey a planet. Sure. Let's accept the survey planet one. It's the cheapest one by far. Accept mission, yes, sure. Cool. Yeah, Dragon Age 4. Dragon Age 4 will come out, and it will suck. You can quote me on that when I'm right. I'm not happy about that, to be clear. I don't want Dragon Age 4 to suck, but it's going to. Hey, Donka. And no, I have not Warcraft code. That's a really good question. I think it'll suck in the Dragon Age 2 Act 3 kind of a way. That's my personal prediction. Is this... It's just the spaceport again. Whatever it was.
Need some work done?
Aha! Okay, so... No. I want to sell... yeah, just... Oh, no. They brought back vendor money? Of all the feedback they could listen to, why did they listen to that one? Okay. So, okay. Yeah, it's also really low amount of money. So each vendor has a finite amount of money that they have. Not like in Oblivion, where they have a finite amount of money that they can buy a thing for. So, let me explain this a little bit. In Morrowind, each vendor has X amount of money, and that's it. That's their money cap. So if you sell stuff to them and they run out of money, then they've run out of money. Now the barter system could kind of work to make that work in both Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, but in Morrowind it was mostly just a pain. Over in Oblivion, they changed that to make it so that instead each vendor had a money cap per item. So every item they can only sell or buy from you, up to X amount of money. Yeah, that's awful. You'll notice we're already at the point where we're selling stuff that's worth several hundred credits, and they have a cap of 5,000. If you play Dragon Age 2, quit the moment you hit Act 2, or rather, quit the moment you finish Act 2, Danka. And Dragon Age Inquisition is worth playing if you skip pretty much all the optional stuff. Not literally all the optional stuff, but it's easier to just tell you to skip the optional stuff. And that's, my opinion thereof. Oh, yes, sorry. Also, make sure to play Legacy. Forgot about that. In Dragon Age 2. You also want to play Trespasser in Dragon Age Inquisition. You also want to play Diabepus. Thank you, Diabepus. Always. Zelda Block is funded. Yeah, no, Dragon Age Inquisition without the optional stuff scored pretty solidly. Funnily enough, so did Dragon Age 2 without Act 3. It's almost like I did all that stuff for a reason. And by all that stuff in this case, I mean figured out the alternate scores. You know, I can give recommendations. Okay, so we've emptied our inventory a little bit. We need to find our parents. We need to find someone standing by a tree.
A diplomatic visa? You could be kidding me. Envoys haven't needed diplomatic visas since the Colony War.
The law's the law, sir, and that one's still on the books. New Atlantis Security Charter 2308 Addendum, Article 2, Section 8.
Ludicrous. You made all that up. There is no such addendum. The war ended almost 20 years ago. I am Representative Evans Chisholm of the Freestar Collective. I've been coming here for months trying to ensure continued peace.
I don't make up the laws, Representative. I just enforce them. You have a good day now. Someplace else. How are you today?
What? Can't you see I'm dealing with something?
I'm sorry, what was that all about?
Did you not hear? They won't let me enter the city. Me, a political envoy who comes here constantly trying to help prevent another war. And this is the thanks I get? They won't let me enter without a diplomatic visa? Ridiculous.
Okay. I would love to get you two factions to go to war, and then take over both of them from within, pit them against each other until they're both so weakened that the third faction, which I've also taken over, can then claim both of them, and then use this new tri-faction federation, we'll call it like a star fleet, to go conquer the rest of the colonies.
Oh, really? And here I am biting your head off. Apologies. I'm just, well, rather flustered. Look, if you have time, could you please go to the Freestar Collective Embassy and speak to a diplomat? They'll know what to do.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I'll wait here until the embassy sends the cavalry. Not like I have much choice.
Yeah, so, question. Why don't you have a visa? I have a visa, and I'm not an embassy. Just, I'm not trying to snark. Why don't you have a visa? That feels like being told, all right, so we're going to send you in to clean as a janitor to clean this place. You have no mop, no bucket, no broom, no vacuum. No tools whatsoever. Get to it. Like, if... Thank you, Direct D. Always appreciate.
Hey! Hey, you! You have a minute?
Red light. So. We'll put that towards the BRPG block, which I notice is getting a lot of attention lately. I don't know why. Alan Wake block. And a war hospital. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. As always, Direct D. Green light.
I need to talk to you. You're the one that was on Vectera, right? You flew in on the, Frontier.
Is that the name of the ship?
Excellent. So glad I caught you. Tommy Bitlow, SSNN research intern. Word is the Frontier was involved in an attack? It's true, right? You saw some real action?
Yeah. Crimson Fleet attacked us.
This is great. Great. My boss, Nadia Mufaz, would kill to talk to you. An actual eyewitness. There's credits in it for credible, newsworthy information.
Who's Nadia Mufaz?
Everyone knows David Barron, the face and voice of SSNN, if you will. But Nadia is in charge of all the research. All the best stories were written by her. She's really something.
I could use the money. Listen, I got a mortgage. It's just...
And easy money, too. Just go to the SSNN building. It's not far. Keep it up, Tommy. You're killing it.
Anytime, and I do mean anytime, you say easy money, that's an immediate red flag. Oh, sorry, Sarah.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Stop complaining to security. I don't know what you lost, but you won't get it back by annoying us.
Character just sounded like he just died. Jesus. Is there an increased stamina? That's actually a good question. What do we got over here? More oxygen. Yep, there it is. Here's our stamina bar. Let's have a chat. Let's talk about stamina bars. Now, the idea of including a refilling resource for engaging in certain actions in a video game is not exactly a new one. And utilizing stamina for certain things, like, for example, attacking, or using special abilities, or like a dash, like an iframes, whoosh, quick repositioning thing, cool. No issues. But stamina bars aren't used that way, like 90% of the time. Instead, and I've never actually done my research to figure out why, stamina bars are there to prevent you from running. Now, there are some specific games where running gives you a small tactical advantage over a situation, but in general, the only detriment to running is that you get to your destination quicker. So, I feel like I've already made my point here. Oh god, don't even get me started with Morrowind stuff. And yeah, this is an old concept. This goes back over 20 years. Well over 20 years. Unfortunately, I don't have it handy to quote it, because you're right, that is a great quote about it. I bet I could find it. Stamina bars are pretty much universally a negative when it comes to this kind of a thing. Because, again, they pretty much just get in the way of you enjoying the game. They're the exact opposite of a quality of life feature. One second. A detriment of life figure. I mean, yeah.
The stamina bar is a great feature and adds a lot to the game. There's nothing more satisfying than watching a green bar deplete and replenish in the top left of my screen as I wait for my cerebral palsy-stricken character to accumulate enough energy for his paralyzed muscles to spring into motion. In fact, the stamina bar serves no purpose except to cause you suffering. This is because only humans have stamina. Monsters and wildlife follow no such system and can attack without restriction. Even better, if you're hit while your stamina is recovering, it interrupts the recovery. This leads to a fun, innovative system built around stun-locking someone into a coma.
Into a coma is the final part there. Yeah, that's Seth. Shoutouts to Seth. So anyways, stamina bars. Now, I've seen worse stamina bars than this, but I cannot think of a situation. I cannot think of a game where what we mean when we say a stamina bar would be anything other than a negative. And you probably think, how can it be worse than this? Morrowind.
Wow, you look completely different.
It's me!
I mean, you look great, but isn't it going to confuse him? He won't even recognize you.
I'll be mysterious.
Zoe, you are one in a million.
Maybe for our third date, I'll be a redhead. You simply have to try Enhance.
I wonder what she looks like for real.
By Vectera, by Vectera, by Vectera! I can't believe it! Is it you? Is it really, really you? Captain of the frontier, bane of the fleet, constellation's shining star of stars.
Yes.
Then the day is truly blessed. Because for a moment, I wasn't sure if you were real or just another hallucination. But now that I know it's you, what are the odds? And to think, I almost went for coffee instead. But I changed my routine for one day, and here you are. It's almost like it was meant to be.
For those of you who are not familiar, they actually did get back the original actor from, like, what is it, 18 years ago or something? Pulled him out of mothballs and said, hey, you know, we might have met either way. Coffee shop is basically my second home. I use it to conquer the entire galaxy. I'm going to conquer the galaxy.
Fantastic! I think that makes us roommates. By rule, we pretty much have to be best friends. Either way, it's such an honor to meet you. Hey, do you mind if I follow you around? Do you need a sidekick? What am I saying? You're a hero, of course you do. Lead the way.
Hang on, don't you need a costume?
Good point. I'll start working on it right away, as soon as I learn how to sew. Until then, maybe I can be a sidekick in training. Do you have an academy where fans can practice groveling at your feet? If not, I can start one.
Welcome aboard, kid.
You won't be disappointed.
Now we can manage our crew. Yeah, assume. So we'll go ahead and assign her to the frontier tool over there. So yeah, he has scavenging, weightlifting, and concealment. I wonder if we can kill him. I can unassign him. Check it out. See. But we're going to assign him again, of course.
Oh, I like your nose. I have to remember it.
Alright, what is enhance?
Enhance is here for you, no matter your needs.
Can anyone else see that massive, like, screen-tearing graphic glitchingness right there? Like, right there. Look at that. Look at that. Is that just me? Is that showing up on stream? Well, sometimes these graphic glitches are only local. Right there. Interesting. Looks like it might actually be local only. I don't know. Either way, that sucks. Moving on.
You look great. But if you'd like to look better, you're in the right place. Hi, welcome to Enhance. Thanks so much for stopping in today. I'm sure my staff and I can accommodate your every need.
Khadgar?
If you're here to try something new or on a whim, or to replicate a look you've seen and loved elsewhere, or just want to love your reflection in the mirror a little bit more, we've got you covered. All our services and records are private and confidential, so no need to worry.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, DZ Maven. Very much. As always. Is this all legal?
Oh, yes, of course, sure. Enhance's proprietary registered technology is absolutely the best in the settled systems. There is a reason we've been the #1 most trusted brand for reconstructive and plastic surgery for 2 decades running.
Why would people do this?
Well, I'm not at liberty to disclose any of our patients' personal motivations or services. You understand, of course. But, gosh, it could be anything, really. Something simple or a total reconstruction. Why you're here doesn't really matter to me. It's just important that you're satisfied when you leave.
I'm glad that you take patient confidentiality seriously. Breach of information can be a major problem for your business.
Oh my God. You certainly put things bluntly, don't you?
I guess. But don't worry. You take it seriously, so you have nothing to worry about.
I did. No, I do. I take it all very seriously.
Good.
Sorry, you just took me a little off guard. To tell you the truth, I made a bit of a slip-up. I may have lost a data slate containing the confidential information of numerous patients. Little things, you know, like payment, information, procedures done, age, birthdays, mailing addresses. Oh no, who am I kidding? This is so bad. If that information gets out, my business and reputation could be destroyed. No patient will trust me again.
Yes, Tony Amendola. That's him. Why did you just tell me that? What's stopping me from spreading this info around?
Because I sense a kind of aura around you, an air of nobility.
Because I'm the PC.
Also, it all just spilled out. I couldn't hold it in anymore.
Well, the good news is I like your voice actor.
It's not. People's private information is at stake, ready to be taken by any bad actor that finds that damn slate.
No, good actor.
And worse, my reputation and business is on the line.
Amendola, please.
I'm begging you. You have to find that slate.
Don't worry. I've got the solution for you with today's sponsor, NordVPN. Oh my God. Don't use NordVPN. They suck. All right. There's your sponsorship. I'll accept my paycheck, NordVPN. All right. Where have you visited recently?
Yes. Oh, thank you. And let's see, I frequent the Terra Brew nearby, as well as Whetstone. I also stopped by the Valberg building recently. Thank you for doing this. You're a lifesaver. Please, come back as soon as you have the slate. Oh, and don't read anything on it. It's confidential stuff, remember?
You're an idiot.
Come back anytime.
Where are you? Where was I talking to you? Why? How are we holding this conversation? Come back anytime! Alright, Cadger, we'll help you out. Credit where credit is due. That was actually good quest, natural quest flow. Hear me out for just a second. We walk by here, and there's a spot, and this isn't really noticeable. There's nothing really that drew my eye to this area. In fact, I completely glossed over it. But what did happen was these two started talking, and their conversation naturally led me to notice the spot that they were talking about, the spot they were standing right outside of them. So then I go in, I see what's going on, and that leads to a quest. That's not bad when it comes to quest flow. It's a little bit more... Oh, what's that new fancy word everyone's using these days? A little more diegetic, I think. dumb word is. That people are overusing. Damn. What does it mean? It means in universe. That's it. That's what it means. You see that light that's coming off of that? That's diegetic light. Poop. That's it. That's all it means. It's a fancy word for in universe. Don't expect me to ever use it again. What are the three of you doing? What? Okay. There's another WoW reference for you.
Can you imagine how many credits flow through this place? Figuratively, of course.
Yeah, can I open an account and conquer the world financially?
Now, listen, I have a lot on my plate right now, and you don't look like a new hire stumbling through their first day. Who exactly are you?
I'm the new receptionist. Sidearms are now standard. Read the memo.
What? Oh, you. You really look like you know how to use that thing. I have an eye for talent, and I have a feeling about you. Oh, this is perfect. Kismet, really. I have a business proposition for you that could help us both out. Very lucrative.
Is it legal?
You're a law and order type? Well, this is perfect. This job is literally serving justice. Gal Bank is the agreed party, and if you help me, you help all of us.
Yeah, verisimilitude and ludonarrative, those other words. I will admit, I like my vocabulary. I do. But I actually take a deliberate effort. No, this isn't Burke. I make deliberate effort to not talk at the level of vocabulary that I have. Because I don't like sounding pretentious. You know? Like, I could pull out $5 words if you want, but I don't think anybody actually wants that to happen.
So you see right through me. You've got a good eye. You are just the person I'm looking for. Well, confession time. I might just be a little desperate. See, the world of credit analysis, dealing with deadbeats and reprobates is, it's a tough field. What I need is a ringer, someone that can collect some of our top delinquent offenders. What I need is you. You work with me, and the fee you get will be huge.
Yeah, replayability is also a $6 word. And yeah, somebody just killed the bot.
Need to think things over. I understand.
How many credits we talking? Wait, I can't hit 3.
Oh, I can tell you're eager. That's good. But we'll start small and work our way up to the worst offenders.
Listen, I've played Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't really want to go around shaking people down for debt collection.
If you haven't noticed, and I'm guessing you have, the settled systems is big. Like really big. Someone gets seriously underwater, they skip the system. And it's a real pain to track them down. Sad truth is, we can't track everyone down, so credit analysis always has a black eye when reporting to the higher-ups. Yes! So, we got a Galaxy-class con man took out a loan to franchise a restaurant. Turns out, surprise, it was a scam, and Dieter Maliki jumps system. And he's holed up in a literal shack in the middle of nowhere. Can you believe it? The job is simple. Get Dieter to pay. And we don't want him dead, we don't want him hurt. Just close his account like an honest citizen.
Got it. Hurt him, kill him, close the account. You got it.
Well, I mean, yes, we're not the only ones looking for him. And you don't dome up on a dust ball unless you're serious about dodging your civic responsibilities.
So what happens if he does extremely accidentally die?
If he dies, then his assets go to probate, and we can get paid. So if he forces you into an it's you or him situation, it's A-okay for Galbank's bottom line if you choose him.
Good to know.
I cannot stress this enough. This is not the ideal outcome. We wanted him liquidated, we'd have put a tracker on him.
Cool. So any ideas for how to make him pay?
Well, you may need to lean on him, scare him. Nothing illegal, just talk to him. And don't listen to any sob stories he tells you. Any job I give you, I guarantee there's not some poor sick aunt that needs credits for surgery. These are scofflaws, scum, flagrantly violating the terms of their Galbank agreements.
Cool. I've always wanted to be a loan shark.
I'll send over all the details. You find Dieter and bring his account current.
Decided to take a break from exploring to collect some debts? Not exactly constellation-worthy pastime, but I'll follow your lead.
Shut up or die.
I hate to end on this note, but, you know, not everyone's a straight arrow. If you cut a deal with Dieter, honestly, I have no way of knowing. But don't expect any more jobs from me. Best of luck. I believe in you.
I'm sorry. Let's run back what you just said there. I have no way of knowing if you've cut a deal with him. But if you do, I won't work with you anymore. Anyways. Ugh. What was I doing?
Want to challenge your instincts and hone those corporate skills? Ryujin is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow. Submit your application now at the nearest kiosk.
No. It's okay, Warcraft Code. I know you're not secretly a Dreadlord. Mr. Red's a Dreadlord.
It's a shame House Varun abandoned their embassy. I bet we could have learned a lot from one another.
Yes, exactly. It's like...
When someone insults you, you want to just beat the shit out of them sometimes, but you don't.
Well, not quite what I was thinking, but that's actually a great example, Marcus. The man in the story was cruel. Do you know why he was cruel? You must feel what he feels. Understand his pain. Accept it. And deliver it not back upon him.
Empathy. You mean empathy? But you say it like it's easy. Like anyone can just love a terrible person who has been terrible to them.
Yeah, why even bother? I mean, isn't the cycle of humanity peace and war back and forth, like forever?
Why the foot? It'll hurt longer.
Seems kind of pointless to try so hard for something that won't last. Nothing ever really changes.
It's not easy, no, but necessary. Because you see, everything has changed. God has given us the intelligence, the ingenuity to reach into the stars, to travel his path, to truly find him. But we can't do it alone. The only way is through unity. Huh. Yes, Andreas. Yes. Unity. Well, I'm sure you all have other things to do. Thank you for taking the time to stop and talk with me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I'd go with the Unity engine personally. I mean, there's a lot of issues with it, and honestly, they're kind of
Maybe we
scum.
should stop for a moment at the memorial. Hard to believe it's been 2 decades since we were at war with the Collective, but it seems like only yesterday.
Okay, that's random.
Only those with an appointment are allowed inside the embassy.
Don't worry. I have an appointment.
This is murder! You're on your own!
Not fair.
I can't be a part of this.
Can't be a part of what? Run! Run, boy!
No way! I am not
In fairness, they're shooting at me, I'm just saying.
All systems.
No, no mods. We have a 15,000 credit bounty right now. Not a big fan of the fact that enemies run so far. It's already been an irritation. Did she seriously come back? What is wrong with you? How do I get armor like yours? Jesus. She ran back to complain to me about the blood loss. Interesting. I think they are spawning. But, like, not at the rate I would expect. I notice everyone's hostile, by the way. Like, instantly. What the detect radius is. I mean, I guess a gunshot isn't exactly quiet. But in game terms, I'm sure there's a radius on detection. Unless there isn't, and it's just per cell. Hi, Sarah. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Okay. One of my favorite mods for Oblivion is no psychic guards. So in Oblivion, there actually is a literal radius at which guards just kind of magically can detect criminal activities. It's quite large. And no psychic guards just reduces that radius substantially to make it less ridiculous. Okay, maybe there aren't infinite respawns. Maybe we just killed everyone in the area. Anything you have to say to me?
Hey, I need you to listen to me.
Okay.
Members of Constellation are held to the highest regard, yet you persist on making poor decisions that reflect badly upon us. Because you're bending over backwards to help me right now, I'll stick by your side. But know that I don't approve of this behavior one bit.
I just murdered like 10 people. I want you to imagine. I know it's a video game. That's cool. That's cool. I'm not. I want you to imagine in lore. This person's like, I'll help you. Yeah, no problem. I got this. No issues. That's your thing. And then just out of absolutely nowhere, it just goes on a freaking killing spree. Depopulates a portion of the city. And then your reaction to that is, do not approve of the things you've been doing lately. Now, I will not leave you at this juncture, but know that I am very disappointed in you after we just mass murdered people. Oh my god. Okay. I know that you stole from the cookie jar. There were 3 cookies in there last night. Now there are only 2. Yeah, I need a minute. Now listen. Warcraft code. I'm very upset with you for having mass murdered those 368 people. Now, you've done a lot of good in your life, so I'm going to walk over the fact that you've just depopulated a small village. However, I want you to know that I am deeply disappointed in you.
Welcome to the Free Star Embassy. Is there something I can help you with?
You're an idiot.
Typical UC security. They try to bully us every chance they get and still manage to play the victim. I'll get this squared away with the folks down at the spaceport. Thanks for letting us know.
Why doesn't he just have his visa? Just get him his visa. How are they bullying you when you didn't? Okay. Yeah, if we killed 15 people, we'd get more experience. Yeah, just call... I just... no. There we go. Sure, what's that one?
It took years to get it looking good. The well's been having brownouts all the time. Mast finally sent someone down there, but nothing's changed.
Good night again, Evo. Get some good rest, get some good sleep. Or else. Watch out for Lavos. He's right there.
I don't know about that. Yeah. Pretty anti-religion. Do you think we should cut down on anything that might help productivity?
Good for you.
Well, I see the Oblivion dialogue is back. Do you think we should cut down on our meetings to help productivity? Good for you! That's a very normal, very natural dialogue from a real, definitely human being.
Ticket prices for the concert are 3 times face value. When contacted, the Lux Site's agent said it's going to be one heck of a show. Remember, get their music wherever slates are sold.
Yes, I too am a human person.
Just one quiet day.
This unit is definitely amongst the humanity population. Is it actually Oblivion dialogue, Platonia? I believe you, obviously. Not really, Warcraft code. And by not really, I mean not at all. Unfortunately, someday it'll be good. And that will suck. That's funny. What the hell does it even want me to scan? I still don't even understand the scan system, to be honest with you. I can fast travel with the scan system. I can see people with the scan system. Oh, and I've apparently got a path.
To think that this tree predates New Atlantis. Can you imagine all the changes it's seen?
Yeah, there's our little quest path. What?
I'm sorry, I really can't afford to be distracted. I need to get to the bottom of this.
You're staring at a tree.
I am not staring. I am analyzing. This is important xenobiological work. I work for the scientific division of MAST. I've been studying this tree for quite some time, and it appears to be exhibiting some worrying signs. Are you familiar with this particular specimen? Do you understand its importance?
I've passed by this particular tree many times, and honestly, I never gave it a second thought. Does it hold some sort of special significance?
Finally, somebody understands. Unless, wait. You're not mocking me, right?
No.
Look, I have a lot of work to do here. If you're just going to gawk, I'd ask that you move on. If you can actually assist me, however, I would appreciate it. I don't normally solicit help from random passersby, but it seems an exception is necessary. Would you be willing to retrieve some additional data for me?
I'd love to, but... Jesus Christ, okay. You know what, fine, sure.
Well, that's... Thank you. That's unexpected. There's a series of biosensors I've placed in various locations around New Atlantis, all calibrated to gather pertinent information. They've been running for long enough that I think it's time to collect and analyze their findings. If you would bring them to me, that would save time.
It's been a long time since I've been to Mars. The Sol system doesn't get a lot of traffic.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time to look at the grass. Behold! Okay, moving on. Okay, for real, though. It looks wrong. I mean, yeah, these are just fronds. So I guess that's part of why, but... Have you ever looked at something that's technically impressive? You just don't like it? Because that's technically impressive. I was actually doing a real look through of it. Look at it. There's not a lot of repeated patterns. They definitely are actually meshed instead of just being textured. There's a texture underneath them to add some extra depth to them. Like, that's not bad, really. But I kind of don't care. I don't know. I think the problem is the color usage isn't really where it needs to be. So instead, it kind of... It's essentially... Yeah, it's very muted. And there's nothing that actually pops or pulls it out. And even though it has variety and depth to it, it kind of, at the same time, doesn't. What we're effectively looking at is one thing, just repeated. It's strange. And that's really weird, because I've seen some legitimately great artwork in this game before, but I've noticed almost all the foliage sucks.
Long hauler. Keep your cargo free of any contraband, and we won't have a problem.
Thanks, lady. No. Although, this was built off the bones of Fallout 4, so that might explain a little bit of it. Although, Fallout 4 had some decent foliage, too. I don't know. I mean, these are fine, for example. They're being warped and mutated instead of actually properly animated, but that actually works. And there's some actual color to them, and once again, they're properly meshed, and they're decently laid out. This is not terrible. But then, like, you look at the texture below them, and that texture is actually kind of crap. To be honest. Like, that looks like a PS3 texture, the wood chips. And so, it's just kind of... If you don't understand the reason why I'm hammering on this point, hi Ross, it's that this looks not good. I'm not going to say actively bad, but it's definitely, this is just not good. By contrast, if I was to warp, you know what, I can literally do it because we can just warp all over the place in this frickin' game. Here, let me demonstrate why I'm hammering this point in. So picture what you just saw, right? The fronds, the chips. Look at this. Just look at her chair. Literally just look at that chair right there. It's night and day, the distinction between the two. That had a lot of time and effort put into it. There is depth, there's different color distinction, the text, the textures are very high resolution. Shut up. It's even made in a way that looks believable, not just visually stylistic, but in a way that you look at it and only think, yeah, that's actually what I would expect something from NASA to actually look like. The rivets actually have depth to them in the floorboards under there. There's emergency lights periodically, which are generating a little bit of ambiance. There's different textures, like you've got that weird padding figure, and yeah, there's reflections showing the material composition. This is awesome looking. This is crazy good looking. And then you look at the the bushes and the wood chips earlier, and it's just, what? And that's why it's throwing me so hard. Now, it could be one of those things where they put all of their time and effort into one quick thing, and then everything else is just kind of repeat assets, and that's almost assuredly what actually happened. But that just leads me to the obvious question of why? No, hear me out for a second. If you're not going to bother putting this level of detail into, the town hub areas, which have tons of quests and have gameplay reasons to encourage you to walk through them and see them regularly, why put that lack of effort in there? Why put them in there at all, actually? I mean, for God's sakes. It's just... It's a SNES RPG. Hear me out. There was an old adage, which has sort of fallen out of use, but is still something that's generally utilized. And that's that if there's something that you consider to be unimportant, you spend less time and effort and resources on it. So NPCs that are just random NPCs, they use the same generic NPC models. If you see someone who has a unique sprite, they're someone worth talking to. They did that originally because of limitations of hardware back on the NES era and the old computers. But when they got forward, it started becoming a deliberate thing. You would have someone or something that looks unique to draw the player's attention. But the thing is, that was always done either because of literal hardware limitations or because of the fact that they were trying to deliberately draw your attention to something. And I know I'm explaining this so badly, but I want you to understand this. Imagine a game with a town hub area. Any game with a town hub area. Now, your town hub area is someplace you're going to be in frequently and regularly. That's why it's a town and or a hub. Delfino Plaza in Super Mario Sunshine. Or your camp in Dragon Age Origins. Or the frickin' Normandy in Mass Effect, right? Or the Citadel, or whatever. The point is, it's a spot where you spend a decent amount of time and effort. And so the developers usually, not always, usually spend extra time and effort on those spots because those are the spots the player's going to be in for large stretches of the gameplay. Yeah, Clock Tower, Majora's Mask, another great example. So why would you spend that's... You notice I stuttered over that, Mages, because I agree with you. But why would you spend so little time and effort on what is clearly a town and hub area?
I think, what would you do in my shoes? Not literally, though. I've got small feet.
Like, I'm sorry, I kind of mentioned this earlier. This place is crazy detailed. Look at this.
Hero work.
Look at this. Really take in the crazy, insane amount of detail here. I don't even know if you could properly see this on stream. And it doesn't let me zoom in. Like, look at the scraping that's on that metal. Look at the bits where the paint has chipped off. Look at the fact that each of those buttons is mesh. Look at the fact that there's a little bit of lighting coming off of the actual locker thing. Look at the different texturing, which is showcasing the different material. This is insane. This is really, really good.
For a mocha macchiato. How about you?
And I forgive me for gushing. This whole ship, we spent some time earlier. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. This is legitimately crazy good. Why didn't you do that for the town? Which we have quests in. We have quests where we don't even leave the town. We just here in the town doing the quests in the town. It's a hub area. Now, if you don't understand my complaint, there are two obvious ways to fix this problem. First is to spend the time and effort on the hub area that they did on the ship. Now, I understand that that's a crazy amount of work. But at the same time, look at the size of this place. Now, the reason I'm pointing out the size is I want you to process how much of this is empty, wasted terrain. Nice, big swaths of nothing. Now, that's fine. That's being done for visuals. But the point is, these big swaths of nothing are increasing the amount of work you have to do to make this place look good. You know, so it doesn't look like this. Or this. That is not a good-looking tree. I'm sorry. So, you've increased your workload for no real effort. Oh, no, it is big. I'm saying the wrong word. It is empty. This could be shrunk substantially, and it would still work. It isn't, so it's made their job harder. Even that, just goddamn. But I'm getting off topic. If you're not going to spend the time and effort on designing this whole area, then don't. Make it a menu. Make it a comm channel. Make it so that you stay on your goddamn ship. And, I mean, the town is already several different cells, which you warp around in like this was an RPG from the frickin' 90s. So, just go ahead and lean into that. You warp in, you go down, and it's like, alright, doop, boop, boop, boop. Yeah, hey. Oh, you want me to go scan these things? Yeah, no, sure, but... Another thing you can do, and I've seen this done before, is you have, like, the docking bay area, which is done, or, you have, like, a bar, or some kind of room. Basically, there's just this one room, and that one room becomes representative of the entire city, right? You go to the room, there's some random animations playing, some little visual storytelling tidbits, some little brickwork stuff, you know, something to help sell the flavor of being on the city, but all you really have is the one room. And then there's the menu, which you use to interact with the things there. Boom. Instead of this nonsense. Have you noticed, by the way? Look at the mesh. Wrong word. Look at whatever those things are called. The metal things. In this bridge. God, I can't word right now. There's a good shot right there. Do you see how you can actually see where they haven't properly transparency layered it? They haven't properly cut the image out. So there's that extra layer of where it wasn't one color but wasn't the other color. And so it's just kind of wrong there. Right? Like right next to her feet. You can see it really, really obviously. It's also really visible when you look at it at an angle like that. Like that bridge looks bad. I should mention I do have the graphics cranked again. Although, hang on. Actually, hang on. Before I say that, let's double check. Let's be right. Yep, no. Ultra. And yeah, so the water looks weird. I mean, I can't be the only one who looks at the water and I just see a bunch of jello. Like, look at that for a second. Just the water also kind of completely ignores the textures that are on top of the water. 100% ignores them. So, like, you can see how the water... I'm saying this wrong. The water isn't morphing around the objects that are on it like water would. Instead, it is ignoring them completely. I say without hyperbole that the water in Secret of Mana... Can someone look up when that game came out really quick, please? Looks better than this. That's jarring. And yeah, we've seen better water than this in Skyrim and Fallout 4. So again, I find myself wondering, what did you spend the money on? What did you spend the time on? 1993, thank you. That's almost better than I could hope for. A game that is literally 30 years older than this has better water design. I'm sorry for hammering this point on, but the point I'm trying to make overall, I'm trying to give you individual points of evidence to get to my overall point. And my overall point is that the visuals of the town hub area, which we are currently questing in, suck. And that's strange. Because we know the visuals in this game can look really, really good. As I just showcased in the frickin' ship. The ship looks bonkers good. That's one of the best visual areas I've seen in gaming. That challenges RDR2, which is currently my king of visual design. Now the planets, well, that's interesting too. But hang on. So someone mentioned in chat, I think it was Meatfist? Hang on, my chat's being weird. It wasn't Meatfist. Somebody mentioned the other problem here. This is supposed to be the biggest, most influential, most, like this is supposed to be the city of the settled systems. Now, I know, there was a big problem, so that, like, there's not, the population isn't as big as it used to be, blah, 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 blah. And I also fully understand that you can't show something the size of a city in a video game, because it was you, Meatfist. I saw it. You cannot properly show off a city in a video game. It's impossible. The only way you can show off a city in a video game is if the city is the video game, right? Cities are big places. Most people don't really think about how big cities actually are. So, having said that, we have had decades of experience in trying to flesh out and use tricks and tips to make a city look and feel bigger than it actually is. For example, I was actually going to say, Cyberpunk is pretty big, and it certainly feels like a city. It's still cheating. How long does it take you to drive from one end of Cyberpunk to the other? From one end of Night City to the other? So you cannot show a full city in a game. It's not possible. But what you can do is you can trick us into thinking that that is the size of a full city. Like they do in Cyberpunk. Like they do in Witcher 3 with Novgorod. Frankly, I legitimately think Oblivion does a better job of tricking us into making this feel like it's a big city than this thing right here. I mean that with sincerity. I'm not memeing. I'm not joking. I really think that Oblivion does a better job with the tricks, with trying to make it feel bigger. Lindblom in FF9, there's another 90s game, feels bigger than this. And processing why, I feel like what they were going for here was trying to use the extra space here to try and give, because I keep talking about, people were like, it's not that big. The problem there is that I want you to consider, I know I'm derailing on topic. Give me one second. The problem here is, think about the fact that amazing, incredibly high detailed ship we saw the interior of would fit between here and like that lamppost ahead of us. Just on this one walkway. That tiny sliver of the visible area here that they had to design is the ship size. That's what I mean when I say this is big. Because there's nice, big, open, sweeping areas. But there's no design here to make it look like it's anything of any size or sort. Let me use another example. Let's pull from Cyberpunk for a second. You know one of the things I like most about Cyberpunk? The NPC set dressing. It felt like there was a big city because you saw people everywhere, right? There was always people on the road. There was always people walking around and chatting and talking. There was like this buzz of population. How many people are we seeing in this giant open square here? Like 4. This is actually one of the tricks that Oblivion manages decently well, because one of the ways Oblivion tried to make its cities feel bigger was it actually had a decent amount of people roaming around within the space. And they would actually roam, and then they had the schedules thing, and that's a whole other thing. But you get the point. Pause. Thank you, Grayan7, very, very much for the sub. Always, always appreciate it. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. And yeah, density. Density is so important when it comes to something like this. I don't want to overpraise Oblivion because Oblivion cities are like neighborhoods. But you get my overall point, right? In fact, I'm specifically using Oblivion because Oblivion just absolutely is not a city. And yet it super feels more like one than this thing. And yeah, New Vegas did better. This WoW does a great job. WoW does a great job of making its areas and its places and its cities feel huge. Have you ever just flown around Dazar'alor? Or Borealis? Or hell, Veldraken, to use a more modern one. WoW's cities feel huge. They're not. You can walk from one end of the city to the other in a few minutes. And yeah, the Imperial City is the real kicker here. I was kind of mentally picturing Chade and all. But the Imperial City does a great job of making it feel like it's big. Yeah, Suramar, another great example. And, oh yeah, Rabanastre, FF12, another great example. And almost everything we've talked about pulls similar tricks. Increased usage of doodads, increased density of interactables, and increased density of people. You notice I keep saying density because that's the biggest shtick right there. That's how you make a city feel like a city, but it's actually only 4 screens big. And instead we get this. I am confused by this. Well, FF10 didn't really have a city, by definition. I'm going to give these negatives. I actually think... What is the definition of a negative? The core, fundamental, bare-bones definition of a negative is... Come on, make my day. Someone say it. Something that detracts from the enjoyment of the game. Bingo. This is pulling me out of the game pretty hard. And the worst part is, because of that stamina problem, it's actually irritating to traverse too, because all these quests are all spread out for no good reason. If I have to... Let me really bear this down. Let's go back to that density thing, and then that's where I'll shut up about this for a second. Yakuza does a great job of this. That's actually a really good example. We'll use Yakuza as an example. Yeah, we know Bethesda can do better. They have! Multiple times. If you... Let's not use specific examples. Let's just use made-up examples. There's Game A, there's Game B. In Game A, you go into the city and you walk forward for a couple of minutes through an empty hallway to get to your destination. Now, that's longer. It takes you longer to get there, and it's bigger and emptier. In City B, in Game B, you go like maybe 20 seconds. It's right around the corner. But as you're going, there's people running by you, and there's talk in the background, and maybe there's a random encounter that happens, and there's a shop, and then another shop, and then a food shop over here. There's a sign up there. There's some people hanging out in that building, and there's a cat walking by. And you go like 20 seconds. It's shorter, it's smaller, but because there's so much more density there in terms of visual, audio, and the actual animations and the interactables on the way, it feels more like a city than the giant empty pathway that I've been walking up and down. You got it, Gray on 7. Give me 1 second to jot that down. Resurgence and Guardians of the Galaxy. I apologize for going off so hard on this. But yeah, no, exactly. That's a great way to put that, Gray on 7. This feels like a Kingdom Hearts city. Other than 3. 3 actually managed it, finally. In fact, I have a category of negatives, which I specifically built years ago when we were first building the various categories for the audit sheet, with Kingdom Hearts 2 in mind. It's called visual continuity. Visual continuity is making you feel like the places you're moving through are actual contiguous places. When you go from point A to point B, it feels like you've moved from point A to point B. Specifically, Kingdom Hearts, especially Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, are terrible about that. It feels like you're just warping randomly to places that have no connection to each other, hence visual continuity. I can think of other games that have done this well and games that have done this very, very badly. A proper Metroidvania should always have good visual continuity, should always have a flow and a vibe for where you're going and what you're doing. But if you've been paying attention, this is our third specific cell that we've warped around to on this city. I have no vibe or feeling for where we are at any given point. I actually got a little bit lost earlier because in addition to that lack of visual continuity, there's a total lack of a freaking map. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3, you notice I made the exception. Kingdom Hearts 3 does a lot better with its city design. Finally. Like, Arendelle actually looks really cool. Or not Arendelle. Not Arendelle. The Tangled one that I can't think of the name of. Yeah, Hollow Knight and Ori both nail this. And frankly, yeah, I'm sorry. Let's bring the hammer down. Let's really bring this down. Corona, thank you. Right, the beer place. Mass Effect 2. Someone look up when Mass Effect 2 came out, please. Mass Effect 2 did a way better job of visual continuity in its cities that were the size of dinky little rooms. Right? 2010. 13 years before this game came out, there was a game that came out which was on the Xbox, or the Xbox 360, I forget which, excuse me. So, I'm using this specifically because console game that actually made you feel like you were in the goddamn city. That actually made you feel like there was something happening there. That actually made you have a vibe for when you move through, okay, I can't, Elam, or not Elam, sorry, the other place. No, it is Elam. Ilium? God, I can't remember. Corporate Planet. I can't think of the name of it. Corporate Planet. Or when you're moving around Omega, it actually makes you feel like you're actually doing that. One could very strongly argue that Mass Effect 1 did a better job of this with the freaking Citadel. Yeah, that's the other thing. All of this would be the kind of thing, like this. I could almost see this if this was like a mostly abandoned ghost town, right? Just check me on this. If Atlantis City here was this place which was, it was this big, ambitious project, and it was like one of those empty housing developments that China keeps doing, right? Like just thrown together, nobody really lives there, just to make them look like they're big, expansive cities, right? Yeah, there's some fresh bullet holes in the pavement. There's some scuff over there. The dust is just everywhere. There's bits of trash, Just make this a ghost town, and this would actually work a lot better for me. Instead, this is London. Or New York City, actually, might even be a better example of what this frickin' is. This is Coruscant. Why is the city of the settled systems like this? Yeah, this is the human capital. Hang on, what is the name of this stupid city? New Atlantis. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm sorry. Let's really, really, really hammer this point in for a second. You know, Coruscant looked pretty legit in Tor, honestly. To once again contrast the difference in how much effort and time...
I'm eager to explore the...
Shut up. The difference in how much time and effort and work they put between some zones and another.
Universe. There's nothing quite like the feeling of returning home.
The easiest way I could to prove it is to just go through this door. Right here. The difference between the cityscape, which is right outside this door, and this, just this room. Just this one room. I keep talking about density. Look how much crap is in this room. Really process. Take a moment. Pause. Waiting table with a lamp. Waiting chair. Second waiting chair. A little bit of a model. Plant. Another lamp. Big drawing room doors. Another drawing room. Thing up there. Painting. Lighting to demonstrate the painting. Chandelier up there. Big old glass thing. Another couple of things. Bookshelf over here for things for people to read while they're waiting. This is great. And as much as I've been bashing the city, I want to praise this room. Yeah, no, this looks like a Ridley Scott set. That's a good way to put this. This is crazy good. Just like the ship was. I mean, even look at the detailing on the leather chair there, right there. Tell me you can't just feel, like mentally feel how that chair feels, like on the little nibs there on the edge. You can just feel what it would feel like to put your arm on that because of how good of a job they've done in mapping and texturing and bouncing light off it and everything else they have to do here. I mean, God's sakes. Oh no, that chair would be so uncomfortable. Now, speaking of uncomfortable, look at this extremely uncomfortable sofa. I hate these sofas. These sofas suck. But it fits the tone. It looks exactly like real-life sofas that look and feel exactly like that. With their little non-pillows that are there just to make you slightly less comfortable as you're sitting on it. Yeah, these sofas are real sofas, and they suck. But, look at how good that is. Look at how well designed that is. Look at how... Even the way the light is reflecting off of it, dependent on which angle we're looking at it, is properly done. Well, I haven't played that game yet, Pika, so I have no idea. Yeah, no, exactly. This is the kind of thing you put in to look at and not actually sit in. You're all supposed to stand around and, you know, have some cognac or whatever. This is probably like every single freaking plant object they have in the entire game. What do you want to bet? They just put every plant they have in here.
You really aren't going to let it go, are you? I'm so busy with our work here that I don't think about it much.
Is there ray tracing in this? I didn't even see an option for that. I doubt it. This game was made 8 years ago. Yeah, FF7R2. Correct.
Wasn't born yesterday, you know. I bet you have your eye on something.
All right. There's a chance that a 15th century edition of Aquinas' Summa Theologica is out there. I've been asking a few questions in my spare time.
Maybe this one will turn out better than the last time, huh?
That's another thing. People are just chatting, interacting with each other. There's some footsteps. You can actually hear the fire in the background. There's work being put into making an audioscape, too. Instead of just... Okay, I'll give you that. The audioscape's not terrible out here. But you know what the audioscape sounds like out here? Empty. This sounds like you're in the woods. In fact, do me a favor. Just work with me. I'll do it too. Close your eyes. Listen. Where do you think you are? I was going to say a park, too. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Or an actual forest. This does not sound like a city. Now, I know we're technically in a park here. So hang on. let's be 100% here. Let's go back to the commercial district.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP in A, B, B&E, or heaven forbid in MS. At least then we won't have to worry about a VOP.
That is just a lack of willing to change if it affects their own life. But it's weird because I don't think it's a bad person.
Yeah, I'm having trouble pinning down exactly what this sounds like. It does not sound like a city. We'll just start with that. Yeah, I was going for like a ruins kind of a feel. Hang on, can't. Yeah, like a ruin where the water has kind of moved in, right? I will give them credit. There is at least a soundscape here. But... Museum district I could see. This is closer to what I picture. I've honestly never zoomed into that level on Fallout 4, so I'm not sure Miranda has seen. We'll see during the BRPG block. I plan to cover these same topics during that.
As you can see, traffic is good.
Okay, I was mostly doing this as a curiosity, but I think this actually works. Now, it's not quite right because this is a medieval city, but still, this works better for me than I thought it would. Hang on. Let's talk about that one. That would be funny, Cure White Noise. That doesn't quite work. Problem is, getting modern soundscapes is just a thing, because there's not much of a market for it.
Hey, are you looking for eggs too? I've only found one so far, but I want to find more before anyone else does. So if you see some, can you tell me?
I'm looking for biosensors.
Okay, well, if I see any of those, I'll tell you. And you can tell me if you find any eggs. Miss Seng over at UC Distribution bought the one I found, and she said she might buy more if I can find them. I could really use the credits.
You can't go in.
Anyways, I'm going to stop hammering on this point. I apologize for derailing for so long.
I bet whoever came up with bad news travels fast wasn't taking interstellar distances into account.
That's... Speaking as an audio engineer, having done that professionally in my life, it's absolutely the kind of thing that most games don't even bother with. Even good games. Even good games tend to just kind of do whatever when it comes to the soundscape. But there are rare exceptions. You want to know a game that handles soundscape perfectly? Weird example, but it's true. Total Warhammer 3. That game knows exactly what it's doing on the audio layer. Do I still have the right quest? Correct? Nope. What quest am I on now? What quest is being tracked? Hang on. Okay, no, never mind. It is actually here, being tracked. You know, okay, yeah, sorry. One very last commentary, and then I'll move on. I mentioned the size multiple times and how I feel this area is actually too big, as weird as that sounds, given how small it is. But I mean that. Another final reason this area is probably too big, to actually make this place feel like it's, you know, busy, like there's a lot of NPCs roaming about, might actually crash the game. Very, very shallow. Hello, Type 3B. Hello, Panka. You just missed like a 20-minute discussion about how badly designed that city was.
I'm afraid, due to recent legislative action, I'm no longer able to allocate ships. I can, however, deal in general goods. Welcome to UC Distribution. Now, before you say a word, I am required to inform you that formal complaints cannot be filed until the customer feedback system is back online. I have been told it'll be up and running in 2 weeks, but you know how these things are. I am sorry for any potential inconvenience. Also, if you're here about a corporate account, I've been assured that deliveries will be back on schedule soon.
Cool. Game literally doesn't want my feedback. Thank you, Blade Jamal, very, very much. Sorry. I do very much appreciate your support. Thank you. I've put that towards Strangers of Paradise, Star Ocean 2R, Jarg West 11. I think he gave up. Yeah, you bought an egg from a kid recently? I kind of need it.
Who, Jordan? That kid's in here every other day with some random thing he found. Trying to get credits. Yeah, I took pity on him. Why, what is it?
It's just, it's sensitive scientific. He really is just glaring at her.
Oh, really? Well, you can have it back for what I paid for it, plus a little extra. Let's call it a convenience fee, shall we?
There you go.
Pleasure doing business with you.
What do you have for sale?
Oh, well, certainly.
You sell a minigun. I really want though is a shotgun. Hey, I like that thing. How much is that? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Global Trade Authority has 5,973 credits. Speaking of which, let's see if we can sell any more of our crap to this lady. Actually, we might be done selling. I might have already done all that. I'm gonna sell the drugs. I don't want drugs. I'm not into drugs.
You mean besides providing a pleasant face for customers to interact with?
No, that's his job.
It's all in the name. We distribute materials and products all around the United Colonies. Never a dull moment. Always something going on, and 4 other things we need to be ready for. I know some people don't believe it, but we really do the best we can. Wouldn't still be working here if I didn't care.
It's once again weird and sad that, like, that fire extinguisher right there is really, really detailed and well done and well everythinged. So's his gun.
Back to it, then.
Floor's fine, I guess. Like, it just keeps bouncing back and forth between things that are really, really well done and then things that aren't. I wasn't even going to bring up the walls. Did you notice that the seam line there is wrong between the 2 edges?
Please, if you experience any issues in your dealings with the distribution center, let us know. We're always striving.
It's a good question, Hex. Pleasure doing business with you. Which one, Walker? Oh yeah, the variants. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, some of the stuff in this game is so good looking. I just want to give these people a medal. I want to reach out to them and be like, you did so well. You deserve this. And then the rest of it is like, oh, okay, I've literally seen better in a SNES game. And I want to stress that I don't mean that hyperbolically. That water, literally, using the word as it should be used, looks worse than the water in Secret of Mana. Literally. Gotta be clear about that, because people misuse literally all the time, including me. I do it too. Okay. I accept that this is my life now. Yeah, that waterfall looks awful. I can actually see where the different images are being layered on top of each other there. I don't know if I'd call Starfield disappointing, but, and I know this is probably going to be the first thing I say during the video that comes out after this. I feel like this really is a game that if it came out 8 years ago would make so much more sense. It's just overshadowed by so many more modern games, and they're old games. Yeah, ignore the light flickering. It's fine. It's fine. Am I just trapped down here now? Is this just my life? Is that the spaceport over there? Oh my god, I think it is. Again, part of the reason... Yeah, yes. Part of the reason I kept making the point over and over and over and over and over about all those older games is I was trying not to compare this to games that have come out recently. Because there are several games that have come out recently that absolutely crush this game visually. Hell, I think DOS 2 did a better job with its visuals than this one. It wouldn't surprise me if that's more or less literally what happened, Raven. Yeah, Cyberpunk is a game that had a lot of issues, but... By the way, the Cyberpunk review, at launch, of course, not the current patch version, is a current review, which means we can, when we are done with this, we can actually compare and contrast this game directly to Cyberpunk.
Shayla.
You got a letter. We got the other children. Grandkids, too.
But Shayla had such fire in her. She could have been anything.
I miss her, too, but after the accident, it's a mercy she went the way she did.
Even an extra day or two with her, that would have been the blessing.
And yet, to be clear, I'm referring to Cyberpunk, originally, not the one that got updated a few months ago. The review is technically out of date because that version of Cyberpunk doesn't exist anymore. Probably it. I haven't decided yet. It also assumes that run never gets funded. Cyberpunk is a long game. I'm in no hurry on that. Listen, side quests are the meat of these games. We all know this. Alright, so we can get a different kind of chunk. What do we got here? We got apple chunk, potato chunk, Mongolian beef chunk, pumpkin pie chunk, red cheesecake chunk. Ooh.
Welcome to Chunks.
Poached egg chunk, chocolate egg, grilled chicken egg, and cheese steak chunk. Ooh. We could also have Cabernet Rouge or Cola Zero. Ugh, even in the future. Clean up after yourselves, my god.
What do you think you're doing?
What? That's...
I'll be taking that.
That's...
Thanks for choosing Chunks.
What? How was that stealing?
Any clue how irresponsible you're acting right? You just killed that person in cold blood. Are you insane?
He accused me of stealing.
Hey, I need you to listen to me.
Yeah?
Members of Constellation are held to the highest regard, yet you persist on making poor decisions that reflect badly upon us.
Huh?
Because you're bending over backwards to help me right now, I'll stick by your side. But know that I don't approve of this behavior one bit.
Okay, so now I'm gonna loot the corpse I just killed. Is that cool? Hey, Sarah. Hey, I murdered this man. Do you see this guy? You have no collision! Oh my god, she's a ghost! I've been listening to my conscience this whole time, and she's not doing her job very well. Oh, there, I lost him. I lost him. Come on. There we go. Come with me. Yeah, no wonder she won't leave. She's just in my own head. Now, I sincerely doubt it, but I'm wondering if anybody's going to actually notice the fact that I've just got a corpse I'm hanging around here. Yeah, where's the security dude? Hey, security dude. Wait, that's not security dude. You're a security dude. Security dude. Security dude. Hey. I murdered this man in cold blood. She's a witness to it. Hey. Hey, I murdered this guy. Hey. Hey.
You didn't hear this from me, but those ecliptic mercenaries, the factions use them sometimes. Freestar Collective and UC both. It's why they give them a wide berth. Ask me, those murdering assholes should be blasted into space dust.
Hey. Hey, I'm a murdering asshole. I murdered this... Okay, whatever. Whoops.
So after an hour
I
of
told my
whining,
parents
you're
that there aren't
finally
any
out.
kids out here playing.
They're just sitting on the grass. They should be playing.
Do you want to go another 3 rounds?
So I'm only doing this for the sake of testing.
No way! I am not going to help you murder.
Okay, that's what I thought. They have kid immunity. I figured. Oh, yes, Act, do it. They're not even, what do you call it? I can't use my words. They're not even, essential flag. They have kid immunity. Yeah, there's another flag past essential. Like I said, I was curious. That's a decent reload animation. It's not too long. We're the chosen one near us. That's bog standard. I have nothing to say about that. Yeah, when kids graduate, they don't have as much of a enjoyable time of it as they'd like. Good question, Traxie. At this point, who knows? My laser leaves bullet holes. Also, look at the frame rate on those shadows while we're here. This is on Ultra. This is absolutely cranked. The only things I've turned down is motion blur and depth of field. I like my eyes. So this probably isn't obvious, but I think this is the perfect encapsulation of the graphics issue. On the right, we have a slightly blurry, textured, single slab of concrete. It's not properly got the seam set on the bottom or on the top. On the left, we have a lovingly textured chunk of wood, which actually has an additional layer painted on it to show the painting on it, which is properly seamed in its connection with the wall next to it. That part was done well. That part was not. And I could literally show you it, because it's right there. Both types of visuals in one shot. Yeah, you could see where the budget ended. Boop. Okay, throw it together. I wasn't even going to talk about that nonsense up there.
Right there.
At least they're outside.
Got it. Terrible parents. You know what? I think I have an answer for you, Anson. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. Does it not say the length of a day on the planet? You'd think that would be info. They tell us the gravity. what the atmosphere is made of, how strong the magnetosphere is, what's the day? How about here? Nope, still nothing. Hang on. It's the wait button. What's the... No. No. There's no wait button? How many of you remember that Skyrim mod game we played? I can't think of the name of it right now. Enderal, thank you. There were several things interesting about that game. But one of my favorite things about that game, and by favorite I mean least favorite, was there was no wait button. Now there was a way to wait, all you had to do was find a bed. But there was no wait button in a game where the time of day mattered. Or quests or interactions, or even just enemy spawns, would change based on the time of day. And they took control of that time of day away from the player by forcing you to, for example, traipse all the way back to your town, go to the inn, go upstairs, go to the thing, and wait until the time you want to be at, and then go back out and actually do the thing you were just trying to do. Yeah, also, Vanilla Skyrim has a wait button. Now, I'm not saying this is going to get a negative for that, because really the crucial problem there was the fact that there was not a lot of, like, it was really irritating to wait in Enderal, but that's also not the only game we've had that problem with. Because, for example, I bet we could just sit right here. Yeah, there you go. So, boom. There's the button, and we can just wait right here. But the fact that they're not giving us a button... In fact, it is a button. It's just a wait button. It just only exists when you're sitting on a frickin' table. So you got 50-hour cycle. There you go, boom. And of course, some of you may or may not remember, you couldn't wait while in combat, which was their solution around that particular problem. We'll see if that develops into a negative, but I am not a fan of the fact that they just decided to force you to sit on a bench to access a button that has no reason to have that limitation whatsoever. Yeah, it's also locked behind some seconds and minutes. You have to find the thing, sit on it, hit the button, do the waiting, get back up, go. That is just such a very strange design decision. Well, in most Bethesda games, time of day is actually very relevant, for all the reasons I just mentioned. There's specifically quests that only activate at certain times. People have schedules that change where they are and when they are. Waiting resets vendors. That's something that will be relevant in this game, by the way. Because, you know, the vendors have limited money, and to reset that money, you need to wait.
It's a privilege to be able to work for the UC government.
You're probably right. We'll see. I've jotted it down as a potential right now, because we'll see. But that's not a good sign.
I don't mean to be pushy, but I really do need those sensors, and quickly.
Here's your sensors.
I can't be a part of this.
Damn it. He's essential. Of course he's essential. Hit refresh, Damashi. It's a Twitch thing. Yeah, I'd sincerely doubt that these NPCs actually have schedules. In fact, you know something that I gave Oblivion a positive for? The schedule system. And the reason I gave it a positive was because there were a few generic NPCs in Oblivion, but for the most part, every NPC was designed manually. All of them. All those people in town, all those people roaming around, some of them just had banal, stupid schedules. Some of them didn't even have any quest flags attached to them, but they still had a schedule. They were still designed. Someone sat down and said, okay, they're going to get up, go over to this place, sit here for 5 hours, eat, get up, go over to this thing, wander around this area for a bit, go to their home, which is this building, lay down on this bed, which is their bed, and go to sleep for 3 hours. And they do that. Now, I don't know if there's schedules in this game, but I almost guarantee you that this throng of people up here, citizen, and citizen, are probably not manually designed. I bet you money that if I just look away for long enough, they will stop existing. I don't know how long that'll be, but sure. Let's be a creepy stalker for a minute, shall we? Yeah, Majora's Mask is another earlier example of the same concept, and kind of crazy with how detailed it was. Yeah, what is it, 2000, 2004 for both of those games? Damn right, Final Flash Kick. I can't wait her to take her behind the bushes over there and tell her my fan fiction. One of the biggest things that threw me about Morrowind, and Oblivion actually, was how pretty much every NPC was named. I know that sounds strange, but the reason I bring that up is because I was so used to NPCs either not having names, or only having names if they were relevant, that even playing through the games for a while, it took me a while to process that they just named everyone. I thought every single NPC was a quest NPC or a plot NPC. Yeah, exactly, Colgrim. It was just programmed into me because of years of playing earlier and, you know, less hardware-intensive RPGs. Yeah, I mean, as was just pointed out, Daggerfall managed to procedurally generate unique names. Like, how hard would it be, really, to grab... Like, okay, if you wanted to go very, very basic with it, get a list of first names, get a list of last names. Oh, okay, you're just going over there now. Get a list of first names, get a list of last names, and roll some dice. And there's a name per each character. There you go. Boom. Done. Now, that's the easy option. That's the really, really easy option. If we wanted to go in depth with this, what we could do is we could add additional flags. So, like, let's say we randomly generate a person who has, is Indian, for example, in terms of their culture. Or maybe they're German in terms of their culture. Or maybe they're American in terms of their culture. And so that additional flag would then pull from specifically a list of names that are in that culture group. Because we have lists of names per culture group like that. So that's something you could do to add a little bit of extra layer to that. Yeah, exactly. Just call it, okay, this is a German person, so this is Stefan, right? Boom, done. Just a little bit of flavor, right? I bet you money we're about to loop. I bet you money we're about to loop. You can also, so we talked about random generalization. You can also do some RNG with regards to culture groups, adding in which types of the random facial features are allowed based on culture groups, if you want to do something like that. And yeah, it's another thing. You could also have specific iterations where there's people who have mixed cultural names to kind of indicate some of the mixed heritage stuff going on. Like maybe do that in a specific zone or region, or like a rich district or a poor district, depending on what kind of story they're trying to tell. I'm sorry for those of you who are here to see the heart-pumping action that Starfield has to offer, but I'm sorry, I'm a game reviewer, and so I'd like to see where this old woman is going. Thank you very much. In all sincerity, I am trying to rip information out of the game here, and since I just started playing this game yesterday, the best way to do that is just to test. This is something I do a lot. You know this if you follow me for any period of time, but this is the kind of thing I would do even if I wasn't streaming, right? This is absolutely the kind of yeah, like we did this in Spider-Man PS4, where we were trying to see how the car system works, and we were trying to see how the wall climbing worked in several cases. We do stuff, right? We poke at the game and see how it responds. You notice how the first goddamn thing I did in the game was I saw a mountain over in the distance and said, huh, I wonder if I could go there. Spoilers, we could. Now we're sneaking. Now we're sneaking. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's what I want to see right there. Shake it, baby. Shake it. Yeah, I saw a mountain. I was curious if Todd told the truth. Wait, hang on. Can I not pickpocket her? Hold up. For real. Is she not interactable at all?
The trees here are quite beautiful. They remind us how important it is to slow down.
Oh, I need the skill. Hang on. Let's grab a quick save really quick. Wrong button. Sorry, hang on. Stealth? No. Up there is theft. Yes. Of course, theft is social. That makes just so much sense. Okay, so hang on. I have been caught pickpocketing. Do you have any lines of dialogue, citizen?
Oi, Dawn's Roost has the best food in the settled systems. Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry, can't talk. This kind of busy. Oi, do.
Okay, hold up. I broke her. That's what I thought. Did you notice she stopped existing? So this is the last thing I wanted to test. So we tried to pickpocket her. That obviously didn't do much. But did you know she was on that staircase when I hit save? And going that way. So, that is the final thing I think that proves that these are just on a very, very basic looped schedule. Because there she is again, citizen. And their state isn't saved because they have no schedule. I wouldn't be surprised if they literally have no schedule. If all they're doing is walking upon predetermined paths and occasionally interacting with something they can interact with, and then going back to a predetermined schedule. And again, this would work out if this was a crowd. Have you noticed, by the way, that everyone's like way over here on this side, and she's way over here on this side, and so it's just... 2004 Warcraft code. Yeah, no, they're Roombas. They're Roombas. I'm sorry for hammering this point in again, but this is all important. This is an all-important aspect of immersion. Visual storytelling isn't just how pretty the graphics are on the background. It has to do with things. Oh my gosh, she's back, and her hair color's changed. It has to do with how and what and why the game feels like it is what it's trying to be, what it's trying to do.
Pardon me? Oi. Wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
Yeah, no, it feels nothing. It is pushing me out of the game. For all of the nonsense, I hate to keep going back to Oblivion. I apologize. For all of the nonsense Oblivion does, the fact that they bothered to make the characters and the schedules and all of that stuff pulled me into that game. It was a good thing. It added to the overall enjoyment and benefit of the game. It got positives. Unlike that crap. Yeah, think about Cyberpunk's Night City is a great contrast to this. We'll use a more modern example. Cyberpunk, Night City was really well done, in all honesty. It was kind of crazy how immersive Night City felt. And that was a buggy, broken mess, and it still felt just really, really tight. That's true. You're absolutely right. It was even a gameplay thing, Plutonia. You are absolutely right. You could figure out people's schedules and use that to interact with them. Hell, there were some quests that relied on that. That relied on you mapping out someone's schedule so you could figure out how to do X, Y, and Z with them at a specific point in time. Not just thievery, too. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I've ever given a negative to NPC set dressing. But I'm going to.
Any luck tracking down those sensors? If it isn't my favorite almost a lab assistant, what can I do for you?
I got your sensors.
So you do. Wonderful. I'll just take these, and we'll see what they have to tell us. All right, we'll just upload the data. Give it a moment. And just another moment. It is working, isn't it? Ah, there it is. Relief. Now, let's see. This is... Well, it's... Oh my. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that my suspicions were correct. There is something wrong with the tree. I will report my findings to Mast immediately with no small amount of satisfaction. The phrase, "I told you so," may even be uttered more than once.
That doesn't sound like good news.
Well, from a certain point of view. In an admittedly somewhat selfish manner. The bad news, as it were, is that the internal composition of the tree is changing. In this particular case, the tree is now regularly emitting ultra-low frequency sound waves. They're nearly imperceptible now, but they're growing in strength. This is something we've never observed before. Depending on how large these waves grow, consequences for the city could be disastrous. I must consult with my colleagues in Mast at once. Thank you for your assistance. I hope these credits are adequate compensation. Thank you for your help retrieving the biosensors.
Hey, look. We just got a quest to check out on him later. Now, I know what you're thinking. Or you could go do other stuff. But I really want you to process the fact that if I was, I don't know, doing every quest in the game, which is how I normally play these games, and I want to continue the quest chain that I'm currently doing, I would have to go find a bench and wait until he would actually give me the next goddamn quest instead of just hitting B right here and waiting in his face, which is what the game should let me do. Just pointing it out. And the quest marker's just still there on him. Just... It's not even that far for a bench. I bet I can find one like right now. Hang on. Nope. Here we go. Boom. Bench right here. Bam. I would like to wait. Hang on. Gotta show that animation. We're really proud of that animation. It's so good. Anyway, so let's just wait a day. Aw, that sucks, Act. I'm sorry. I did, Gray. Okay. And yes, we have a third person view.
The Embassy District is a controversy.
Ah, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? I hadn't expected to run into you again.
Yeah, I was on that bench for a freaking day. So, this time I saw you pretty agitated.
Yes, well, I had good reason to be distressed. You had already helped me establish that there is something unprecedented going on with this tree. Now my superiors have been made aware. There is growing concern. Oh my, a bit of an unintentional pun, isn't it? Well, concern that things are going to get worse. The data we gathered points to a definitive trend. The vibrations coming from this tree are increasing in strength and frequency. Because we've never seen this before, not on this scale, we have absolutely no idea what the upper limit is. We don't know when or even if this will stop. It's imperceptible by normal human standards now, but given time... While I hesitate to speculate on the possibilities, well, none of them are good.
So, can we deal with this frickin' problem?
I am attempting to formulate one, yes. But until I have all of the relevant information, it is impossible to do so. There is data regarding other, younger members of the species. Unfortunately, there are some, shall we say, personal issues with acquiring it. Personnel issues, if you understand me.
I'm going to stab you. Also, they call me the lore sitter for a reason.
What? No, that is ridiculous. I am a professional. One of the other researchers in MAST, Emilio Hadek, has research I believe could be vital to my work here. He and I don't see eye to eye, and so far he's refused to turn it over to me. I'm hoping that if someone else were to ask, he might be more inclined to relinquish it. What do you say?
I will absolutely kill him for you.
I suggested nothing of the sort. Although, now that I think about it, I confess, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Anyway, no. I just need his data. I am sure that can be acquired without force, or the threat of it. 90% sure. The last time I saw him, he was being assigned to sample collection out near the agricultural areas. I'm sure you'll find him there.
Noted. Well, you see, there's a problem, Henson. Now, I'm not entirely certain if I can formulate the specifics of the issue that I have with this problem, but the difficulties that this will entail well, they could be substantial. At any given point in time, there might be an escalation in the severity of the level of the type of problem data we're currently gathering on this issue that is currently possibly building up to be an incident.
Mind your step. Important research happening here.
You know what? Hang on. Can I elaborate? Whoa there, Sarah. You saw that, right? Well, I've got a bounty now.
No way! I am not going to help you murder!
Wow, he's a child. Oh, there we go. He's dead. We did it. We killed him.
What's wrong with you?
Help me kill these people, Sarah. It's the only way. You know, actually, I'm really curious of something. Hit some elf. I got your data.
I hope you have the data. It's really quite crucial. I hope you have the data. It's really quite crucial.
I do. There we go. You don't want to know what I had to do to get this.
You're absolutely right. I don't want to know. I'm sorry if this was complicated. I prefer to remain unaware of the details in the event that it comes up later, particularly in a legal setting. And I suppose I'd better verify the data to make sure Emilio didn't double-cross me. But you have once again come through for me. I'm truly hoping that this is the last piece I need.
They're actively shooting at me during the cutscene. I'm just here to do my part, man.
And I appreciate it. Thank you for your assistance.
Oh god! Oh god! Run! Okay. just the robot. Brum. Thank you very much for gathering this critical botanical data. Oh, God. You know, if this game came out in 2004, it would have blown me away. I'm just saying. It was quite crucial data.
Could you stand a little to the left? I think you're blocking my readings.
Yeah, I need some research data on trees.
Trees? I see what's going on here. You're working with Kelton, aren't you? Nice try, but it's not happening. No way. Kelton is actively ruining my career. There's no chance that I'm helping him with anything. Whatever this thing is he's on about, he's just doing it to make himself look good with the higher-ups. I'm not helping him with that.
Why are you so against helping him?
Kelton screwed me over good. Probably ruined my chances for advancing in Mast. I'm not going to forgive that, ever.
What is wrong with your mouth? What is wrong with everyone's mouth in this game?
Oh yeah? You think so? Wow, thanks for that. I'll really give it some thought. He really won't let this go, will he? Maybe I can make this work in my favor. Okay, you know what? I'll hand over the data. But I'm only going to do so after you've helped me secure a better position in Mast.
Or I could kill you. Trust me, I know it will work.
Oh, don't worry. You're just going to erase some files for me. Make sure I look good next time promotions get passed around.
The voice acting is bad, so far as I enjoyed. Now, I have heard worse, but the tone and delivery of almost every line is wrong. In fact, we have a term for this. These are line readings. Line readings are usually done to figure out size, spacing, and just kind of, you know, get the files there for when you go back and actually do the thing. It's so that you can start getting some of the lines in before you get the real lines in. Like Mass Effect. And so yeah, there's no real voice direction. You're just reading the lines on the paper and trying to interpret them yourself. Now, I doubt that these are actual line readings. But what I do believe with total certainty is that these people were not given voice direction. Because if I just handed a thing right now to Bragwin, who is an excellent voice actress, and said, hey, read this, and I didn't tell her anything about it whatsoever, whatever performance she gives is just not going to be what it needs to be. It's going to be her trying to interpret on the spot. Yeah, and yeah, it doesn't help that the script is so weird and bad because the dialogue is awful. I've already compared the dialogue in this game to Phantom Menace, and I stand by that comparison, by the way. That she's looking at this script like, and just trying to figure out what she can. And that's been true in almost every dialogue we've had in the entire game. Like, what I would do, just because I like showing my work, is I would sit down with the person, God, I hate Nobel so much. I would sit down with the person who's voice acting this guy, and it's like, all right, here. Bear with me for a second, okay? You, a few years ago, had an issue with, you decided to go ahead and put your relationship with the person you loved, gender doesn't matter, on hold. Just put it to the side because you wanted to advance your career. And you made a promise with them that when you got to a certain point in your career, you would be like, okay, I've made it, I'm set, this is where I want to be, right? This is the point I want to be at for the rest of my life. Then you'd come back to them, and if they were willing to wait for you that long, cool. Now, a couple of weeks ago, this jackass in the office decided to go ahead and start torpedoing your career, okay? Every time you talk about a meeting, he talks over you. Every time you bring up some data or some research, he decides to try and say, oh, no, I have proof that that's wrong or that's misleading data. And he's just been stepping on your chances every chance he gets. And you're this close. You're so close to being at the point where you could finally get that one last promotion, because you'll need the one. And then you'll be able to finally try and move on with your life and be done with this stupid treadmill you've been on for 12 years now. Okay. Now, here's your lines. That's how I direct, by the way. That's my overall approach, is I try to put the actor in the headspace of the person by giving them understanding, information, and backstory that probably isn't actually in the script. Everything I just said I just made up, of course, but you get the idea. So then you look at the lines and he's like, oh, you want me to do this to help out what's-his-face, don't you? No, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to help him with whatever little pet project he's got going on right now. He can just find someone else to help him. I'm busy. Thanks. And then you try to push him on the matter, and he's like, he's not even going to let this go, does he? Oh, he's just making stuff up. You realize that, right? He's just making stuff up to make himself look good, just like he did, unless... Tell you what. We can have a little bit of a back and forth here. You help me on this one little rung here. You help me on this one little bit. And I'll go ahead and give you your data. How's that sound? And you put some directing into it. Put some goddamn direction to the voice actor. Yeah, I actually know people, Plutonia, who don't remember, or I guess don't know that Claudia Christian is in Skyrim. Because she's a good voice actress. For those of you not aware, she's also over in World of Warcraft, and she's amazing over there. Yeah, thank you, Kay, for making my point. Yeah, no, because the voice direction in Skyrim is not what you'd call great. A certain shadowy dagger. Warcraft code. If you know, you know. Huh. Yeah, I was going to say, what really irritates me about this, you know what this really reminds me of? And then I'll move on with this stupid quest. This reminds me of that, I can't actually think of the name, that Amazon MMO. You know, the crap one. Now, I'm not saying this game is that bad. That's insulting. But what I'm reminded of is that, was it New World? New World. New World was a crap MMO. But I can actually point to specifics of how and why it was a crap MMO. Because what happened was they were given a stupidly huge budget. And they were under the weird impression that in order to solve all the problems and all of the difficulties in developing a new MMO, all they had to do was just fire a money gun at it and it would be fixed. And while money can absolutely open doors, you can't just throw money at a project and it will work. That's not how that works. And New World is probably one of the best examples I've ever seen of that. This game feels a lot like a game where they shotgunned money at it and then didn't actually use it properly. Yeah, Rings of Power is actually another excellent example of this exact same problem. Huge budget. Didn't really do much with it. Because, yeah, money's a tool, right? Money's a tool just like any other tool. How you use it, what you do with it, how you manage it is what actually matters.
Wait, really? Wow. Okay. Okay.
I'll follow your lead, but I wish handling our tree issue didn't involve using illegal methods to get the job done.
I've gotten a few bad performance evaluations in the last couple of years. Totally unjustified, incredibly unfair.
I've gotten a few bad performance reviews over the last couple of years. Completely unjustified, completely unfair.
The back door into the mass network so I could make some changes to my personnel file.
I found a back door into the masked personnel file so I can make a couple of changes to my record.
But it turns out the chief engineer knows what she's doing.
The
only way to get access is from the terminal in her apartment.
The only way to get access is through the terminal that's in her apartment.
Which is kind of locked.
Have I made my point yet? This is, by the way, me off the top of my head with no direction. First take. So let's try a persuade check.
Sorry, that's not on the table.
Okay. So, to persuade a person, you need to make successful choices. Choices can range from kind words, distractions, or threats. Each choice has a difficulty. Higher difficulty, greater chance the choice fails, but the more points you'll earn when you succeed. You have a limited number of choices you can make. You never fail if your last choice succeeded. So we have 3 turns to get 4 points. Okay. This isn't the way to get ahead.
From where I'm standing, kinda seems like it is.
There's gotta be some way we can work this out.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, look. Just hear me out, alright? I really need this to happen. If you do this for me, I can make it worth your while. You delete that data, I get promoted, I'm pulling in a bigger salary. I can compensate you. I'll throw in some extra credits for you, okay? A nice little bonus. But first, you need to get into the chief engineer's apartment.
Not a fan of the persuasion minigame. So I don't even have stealth right now.
Fine, fine, you win. Just get out of my sight. And tell Kelton to stuff it.
I will admit, this is one way this game is better than Oblivion. Because the persuasion minigame in Oblivion sucked. I love Oblivion to death, but that persuasion minigame can go to hell. Now you persuaded Oblivion? Here's some money! Or sugar-magoo!
If we keep running into each other like this, you might as well be put on the master roll.
I'm on a quest for you!
It's really quite crucial.
Here's your stupid data.
That he is. I'm sorry that you had to put up with him, but this data is vital. I'm sorry if this was complicated. I'd prefer to remain unaware of the details in the event that it comes up later, particularly in a legal setting. And I suppose I'd better verify the data to make sure Emilio didn't double-cross me. But you have once again come through for me. I'm truly hoping that this is the last piece I need to figure out what we can do.
Sure.
And I appreciate it. Thank you for your assistance.
Why do they have those shields that render incorrectly, by the way? Do you notice that? I've been noticing that. So my next quest, because we technically already killed the guy, is check in on him later. So I think I'm going to go ahead and end this particular stream block on the same kind of activity I would expect most people to engage in when playing this game.